All right, let's get started. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's going well tonight. We're actually going to start on the Django side of things, which will be a bit different. All right, I just realized I haven't opened up my pie chart. Hopefully everyone's going well. All right, we're going to do this. We're actually going to open up NearBeach itself. We're going to go this window. I'm just going to turn down the music for me. All right, the next thing we want to do, we want to make sure that we're on the latest code and we've got the latest, you know, on the latest branch and stuff. Right, we're on the develop branch. What we're going to do, we're going to do 0.32 development. Sweet, cool, let's get started. So, another thing which we will also do tonight is we should actually key in the goals of what we want to actually achieve in January too. We didn't do December. I just missed it by mistake. So yeah, let's get this in. All right, create a single blog. Let's go NearBeach January 2026. Goals. Alright, cool. Yeah, I was gonna yeah, I got distracted. Shoot. Alright. I was in the middle of doing this. Put this in here. I'm just going to go screenshots, and what I'm going to do is create a new project mockup. Means you're done. Oh no, sorry, wrong one. Take a screenshot. I was wondering. No, we can't change it from PNG. Okay, no problem. Pictures, screenshot. But not with that. Can we save as? WebP. Did I just crash that? That just crashed that. Oh, that's annoying as hell. Alright. No socks. No. All right. There's an annoying bug. We'll save it as a JPEG then. All right, fine. I'll open it up with Shotwell. Cool, easy done. That was really weird. We'll jump into here. We'll upload a blog. We've got to do, let's do that. Let's upload. This would be in pictures, screenshots, and it'll be at the start. Choose. All right, cool. I'm gonna do this so you guys can see what I'm doing. Actually, that's the background image. Remove that. All right, wrong thing. Let's go into media. Let's go into hero images. Let's just pick all the patterns. Sorry, Socks, your head is directly in the way. NearBeach, January 2026 development goals. All right, so a new year, a very new and different NearBeach. We are currently working on refactoring the user interface and user experience. 0.32 development. And this is where we're going to use this override. So screenshots, we'll need the mockups. Yeah, I'll just re-upload it, it's fine. We'll just upload it here. All right, cool. Choose. This would be development blog summary. It's going to be the same as that. That's easy done. And let's just add in counter bugs. We usually do that at the top, and then let's do rich text. Rich text block. Easy done. All right. 0.32 development has started. All right, cool. Just going to be at the. Yep, that's just going to be like that. Easy done. What do we want to say? So we have officially started the development of the 0.32 upgrade process. We are currently looking for feedback on our mockups. And then what we want to do is we just want to go mockup.nearbeach.org. We'll look at this. All right, we're currently looking for our focus at the moment is primarily on user interface and user experience. The mockup is only a small vertical slice of how we want NearBeach to look. All right, cool. Easy done. All right. Now, in the past, what we've done. Just go to like March and something like that. We've got like mini sort of things what we want to do, research and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just gonna. It's going to be a very, very small blog to state what we're aiming for. Another thing is I want to key these in, put these into the blog too. So yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm just January goals. All right. I'm just going to put this down here. I'm just going to put goals, and I'm just going to put these as just dot points for the moment. So the goals we are database redesign, refactor. Be the best thing. I've got some. What else do I want to do? So I've got a couple of things over in here. So we want to do that. UI improvements. And implementation of structure. All right, I'll expand on that. I don't want to cover too much in January. Outline of API. Request, aka what we're using, and so forth with that. Alright, so I'm actually going to copy that, cut that out. I'm just going to save this for the moment so we don't lose what we've got. I'm going to open up this. I'm just going to type in rich text again. Oh my god, my phone, it's just going off. No, no, I can't. So strange. All right. January goals. Database refactoring. This will be, yeah, ahead of 3. All right, cool. So what we want to state here is we've started this process. Oh, we're going to start this process tonight, in fact, but we'll include it in next month's goals, just because we're so close. How do we want to say this? Database refactoring will include the following changes. 1. So we can go in here, base table structure for common fields, base table structure for common fields. We'll also do rename field names to be generic. Improve database structure and design. Aim. All right, I won't say what the aim is. I should. The aim, the end goal will be a well-structured database that no longer has the old table. A well-structured database that will help with the development process of NearBeach. Such, for example, the simplification of the permission operators. All right, cool. And that's a big goal in this sort of case. We kind of want to go, all right, cool, how are we going to simplify these permissions? And one way would be quite literally have it so all the field names are generic and so forth like that. So when we look up a permission, if that user has that permission, it's really, really easy. And we don't need as many decorators to handle it. We don't need any middle sort of ground being like, all right, cool, what destination is this? All right, we're looking at a project. I've got to look up the project stuff. We'll hopefully get rid of all of that. All right, so database refactoring. That should be done. UI/UX improvements. So gonna do that. A lot of feedback around NearBeach is just how clunky it looks. Redesigning the look of NearBeach and how the user flows through its processes is a priority. Currently we have a mock-up of the new design, which we can get on, and then we're just reiterating the mock-up right there. Implementation of code structure. Whilst we are refactoring all the code, we are going to implement. Well, I don't have Twitch chat on. There we go, Twitch chat. Whilst we're refactoring all the code, we're going to implement. Anyway, give me 2 seconds. Sorry about that. All right. So whilst we're refactoring all the code, we're going to implement implement a stronger. Sorry, my brain is just a little bit. Yeah. Documentation / structure on how we will implement certain functionality in NearBeach whilst also defining the code standards. Alright, so whilst we are refactoring on the code, we're going to implement a stronger... I can word that a lot better. I'm not happy with that. That's a one-liner. We'll implement it. Outline of API requests for version 1. Alright, cool. Version 0 of the API is a test bed. Test bed. I'm gonna have to elaborate on this in a minute. I'm just gonna go update. I'm just gonna go save. We're not gonna publish. Just want to make sure I get this all saved. Test bed for feedback as we are refactoring how the front end reacts with or interacts with the back end. Interacts with the back end. We'll need to review all API endpoints. For example, we don't do partial updates at the moment. Alright, cool. I'll elaborate on that in a second. Alright, cool. Whilst we are refactoring all the code, it has given us the opportunity to streamline how NearBeach's code base will work with each other. No. It's given us the opportunity to review how the code is structured. For example, how we are currently laying out all the different files for each. This review will hopefully flag some. This review will hopefully flag some missing elements. Translations. And any pain points within the code, i.e. large files. Other places are this will be documented. Alright, cool. I don't need to elaborate too much on that. So the API version 0 is currently a test bed. It's currently is the first iteration of NearBeach's API. We were expecting to make many changes during its development, which has happened. We were expecting to make many changes during its development, which has happened. What? However, it will be reviewed. As the database changes, so will the fields in the API. Hence, we will create version 1 API. Other I'm really hating that. No, I really hate that. No, I don't like that at all. We will be reviewing what requests will come from end. For example, version 0 of the API does not accept partial requests. This is something we might need to implement in version 1, so partial data can be sent on the end. Other changes to the API will include field name changes and potentially endpoints. I'll leave it as endpoints. So other changes to the API will include field name changes, part of the database restructure or refactor, I should say. Let's keep the same. Yep, refactor. And potentially endpoint URLs. There we go. A little bit better. That means I can get rid of that and that. Alright, cool. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we want to say. There, I'm going to update that. I'm going to hit save. We're going to add in one little tiny more block in here. This will just be another rich text block. And I'm just going to make it a page header. Oh, I don't know why I clicked that. Page header. Oops. Tracking, yeah, 32 development. You are interested in following the changes to 0.32. We currently have 2 Kanban boards open. First one will be, this is where we go into here, component reconstruction, component reconstruction, defines which new VueJS components we are rebuilding and at what state they are at. And then this one is definition of done. Finds which helicopter tasks there are and at what state they are at. Alright, cool. Then I just need that as a page header. Component reconstruction. We just go into edit this. We go scrolling all the way down. We don't have a public link yet, but we now do. I'm just gonna go like this. I'm just gonna paste it in like that. We are just gonna add that in. Oh, hang on. No, that's different. All right. Definition of done. Oh, shoot, sorry. My brain just decided to go on a little holiday then. Alright. I'm also changing the color of these. Oh, you can't change that. All right, so in the following changes, we currently have 2 Kanban boards open. The cards on the boards will state what task we currently, what tasks you currently have, and at what state. So finds the new VueJS components, finds the helicopter tasks. Alright, cool. If you're interested in following the changes, we currently have 2 Kanban boards open. The cards on the board will state the task, what tasks we currently have, and at what state. Alright, cool. Easy done. Let's go update. Let's go save and publish. And there we go. So, there's our new blog. If I close that and close that, I'm going to close that. We should just go back to our blogs. It should suddenly appear up here. Here we go. There it is. All right. For those interested, there's what we want to tackle in January next year. But we're going to start some of it right now. So one of the things we want to tackle, I'm just going to reopen up this because we actually have definition of done. Oh, I should have done it as a new thing. Oh, damn it. All right, no problem. And what we're going to do is we're going to change this. You know, I've got to log in. All right, I'm going to close all of that. What we're going to do, we're going to open up localhost. We're going to, oh, localhost won't be working, but that's perfectly fine. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I just need to log back in. Definition of done. Let's go. Definition of done. Let's bring that back down here. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to create a base table first. And we're going to grab all the common components and we're going to put them under there. So the great news is we did this as a test a little while ago. It worked perfectly fine. So we're going to do it again. So we want to create an abstract base classes. So abstract base classes are useful for when you want to put something in common. Let me refresh. Abstract base classes are useful when you want to put some common information in a number of models. So in our case, it would be creation date, modification date, the change user, creation user is deleted, and so forth like that. You write your base class and put abstract equals true in the meta class, and this model will then not be used to create any database table. Sweet. Instead, when it is used as the base class for other models, its fields will be added to those of the child class. Cool. So yeah, we've got common info and so forth like that. So we'll probably, this will be abstracted base class, so this will be abstracted info or something. Oh, common info really. Yeah, common info works. All right, let's go over here. Let's close this. Let's just close all of these. We've got the latest code. I've just created out a new branch. Sweet. We're gonna minimize everything, and we're also gonna break this version of NearBeach quite significantly. The reason being is we'll probably delete the vast majority of the views. We'll probably refactor the model. I don't know if we'll break down the model into different objects and so forth like that. just because if we have a look in our model table, there's nearly 3,000 lines of code. We'll cut off probably a couple of hundred of that when we do the base sort of class. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of changes in there. So, and we're getting rid of the user model and we're simplifying a lot of this. So yeah. We're happy with some of that. Import UUID. We're going to refactor a lot of this too from future. Unicode literals. Alright, cool. Private media file storage. Yep, that's... NearBeach private media. File storage location. Yeah, that's just getting a particular... Alright, cool. Let's also think about these. If we're using them outside of this place, we'll probably want to actually move them into a utilities for enums and so forth like that. So yeah. All right. So first things first, let's actually create our common info. So it's pretty much, it'll be up at the very, very top. So I'm just going to scroll all the way down. We are going to say abstracted class here. We're going to go class and we're going to go common fields or however that, yeah, common info. I like that. And then we're just going to go models.model, easy done. We're going to leave a line. We're just going to go meta. No, it's def meta. Hang on, class meta. And then we want, like they said over here, abstract equals true. And then we're going to go down here, extends auth, description, change user equals sort of user model. I don't know when. I don't know where that's used. I don't know where that one's used. We'll find out whether it is something that is an extracted class or if it's something else. I think that has something to do with what. Yeah, all right. So I think it might have something to do with something we're actually removing from NearBeach. So currently at the moment, we allow users to have their own custom tables and stuff like that. Moving forward, we're not going to do that. And the reason being is there's a couple of fields in there, for example, the username and email, which we don't want users to not have or anything like that. So we're kind of going like, well, NearBeach in itself is its own standalone application. We won't moving forward. We won't actually allow users to have their own custom fields on the user table. So one thing we need is date created, date modified, change user now is deleted. Oh, we're missing a field in there. So we know this bug one. I don't think we're actually using bug anymore. Give me a couple of secs. Let's actually try and find that. We do have bug and all that kind of stuff. However, I do believe it is one of those functionality that I've removed from NearBeach. The idea being is we're going to re-implement it. It's not a lot better than how we have. However, no one kind of wanted it. To simplify NearBeach, I think I just got rid of it. Alright, first things first, let's scroll down, bug client we're not using. Change task we are. If we scroll down, you'll notice that is deleted, creation user, change user, date modified, and date created are going to be used everywhere. So we want to, whoops, cut that out, paste that in, like that, and that should be fine. All right, sweet. So I should actually also get a linter on this. I'm just gonna quickly go. Just having a look at Python. Set codes analyzer, the latest version analyzes your code without actually running it, checks for errors, looks for code, and code smells. Alright, cool. Let's actually install it. I just want to see what it's going to be like. Yep. How to use Pylint. Pylint isn't smarter than you. It's alright, cool. Pylint also supports third parties are not always supported, so the plugin might be needed. So Pylint Django. Alright, cool. Pip install Pylint Django. Sweet. A project that you might want to use along with Pylint was rough, really fast, with built-in auto-fixing and a number of checks, but implemented in Rust or Flake8. Alright, cool. Additional tools, similar. Alright, cool. Let's just alright. I'm just going to kill that. Let's just do the models. Missing class off screen. Alright, cool. And finance info 101. Hi, can we host Python in Hostinger's shared? I don't know. I've never used that before. So yeah, I would just Google it. Updated 6 years ago. If you're interested in using or VPS hosting, you can do so on one of our Linux-based operating systems. All right, cool. Anyway, there you go. And G Brown, G Bones, sorry. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. And a 5 stream streak. Thank you very much. So yeah, hopefully your week's going well. We are sort of setting things up for the Django side of things now. We're actually refactoring the database as we speak. So yeah. That's okay, finance info. So yeah, sorry, I haven't ever used the service before, so I honestly don't know. So yeah. Okay, so we've got quite a lot of stuff to do. So too many lines in the module. All right, yep. Missing module doc string. Yep. All right, that's fine. Missing class doc string. All right, cool. So yeah, there's a lot of things I want to clean up. This will just be the information at the top of the stuff, isn't it? Yeah, module provided. All right, cool. I'm just wondering, Django split models into multiple files will be an option. Split models into several files. Let's actually have a look, because we can do that at the same time today. Yeah, holiday week, so yeah, getting stuff done. Nice. Same. I'm also relaxing. I cleaned up my place. My desk is looking nice and tidy, which is good. I do have a messy pile in here, which I just got to organize a little bit later. But the messy pile's small, which is great. And it's mostly made up of books that I've just got to categorize and put behind me. Alright, so we're going to have a quick look at this. For anyone new on Django 1.9, it's now supported by the framework without defining class meta. Alright, so what we got to do is we've got to click on this now. This is very old documentation, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to type in dev instead. So, organizing models in a package. The manage... Oh, sucks. Seriously? You click the mouse twice then. Front paw and back paw. Did organization yesterday? Fair enough. It is nice getting stuff organized. I do need to mow the yard tomorrow morning. That's about it. I was meant to do it today, but I was fixing an issue with the NearBeach tests and stuff like that. So I've got the tests all working. There's a fixture issue, so NearBeach has got another deployment out. I haven't upgraded my prod version to it. I should actually do that right now, in fact, just so if it goes down, I can cancel that version and push a fix very, very quickly. So let's go into the deployment center. I think it's, yep, 105. NearBeach. Oh, it doesn't tell you the latest tags. All right, cool. Yeah, 105. All right, save. Sweet. All right. Yeah, I knew what it was the instant I did some preliminary tests on it. So all the tests were working on my local. I was like, what if I update my Django version? Sure enough, everything was broken. It's how I create the fixtures, which has got to change now. So I've just got to include a couple more attributes in it to sort of remove certain data being created. And that's it. I've got to also document this process so I don't forget. So it'll appear soon in the readmes. So yeah. Organizing models in a package. The manage startup app command creates an application structure including the models py file. If you have many models, organizing them into separate files may be useful, which is what we'll probably do. But we'll do it in most likely components. To do so, create models package, remove the models py, and create my app's models directory with an init file, and then your files to store the models. You must import the models in the init. All right. Yep. So in the init file, you import, for example. All right, cool. That's going to be easy. So I'm going to say we can tackle that at the same time. I looked at the mockup page. It looks good. Cheers. Thank you. Yeah. So none of it works at the moment. It's just more like having a look. Does it look nice? I'm happy for the color feedback at the moment. Very happy with the color feedback. And then once I get the information page done, I'll work on internalization, accessibility more, though I'm working on accessibility at the same time. And then, yeah, I'll definitely need more feedback. So yeah, but I just want people to have a look at the design, see how it looks, see whether or not doing something like, when I click on it, notes how it went to saving, seeing if that makes sense, and so forth like that. Though functionality wise, it's not there at all. It's dead inside. So yeah. All right, going back to here. Now, if we are going to split everything up, which I'm happy to do. All right. We're gonna have a models table. We're gonna move the models into here. We're gonna refactor it across the shop. We understand this is... We're breaking NearBeach at this point. I won't be able to boot this up and run and stuff like that, but that's fine. We understand it at the start of 0.30, there's going to be a lot of work to get it back to a somewhat working state. And then, yeah, and then it's just implementing everything. All right, so we've got the models in there. We've also got middleware, handle. Now this is going to be great. This is going to get deleted. Most of the views are going to get deleted. The reason being is Django will handle the user login. It will also handle sending them the app page itself, and then the front end will handle most of the errors. So yeah. Didn't see anything out of the ordering on that page. Okay, cool. So yeah, a lot of this is getting cleaned up. The decorators will definitely get cleaned up too, because a lot of this is getting simplified. I'm going to really enjoy this. Same with the views. So the API views will be fine. So we'll implement version 1 soon. I still got to handle quite a lot of that. That's fine. Search will be an API call. Internal functions. They'll be put into utilities. So yeah, I'll restructure how a lot of this code is, where it is and stuff like that. And a lot of this will be deleted. So for example, note view will no longer be there because that will be handled by the API only. So we won't need it. So yeah. A lot of code to be deleted. Side times. Alright. So we are going back to the models. We've got the init file in there. Once again, we're going to gut this models file, so I'm going to put it over here. And I'm just wondering if we create the extracted class here. So instead of having it in here, it'll be in its own file. Common info, yeah, I'll stick with common info. Alright, common info. Sorry, my phone's going off like there's no tomorrow. I'm just making sure everything's all fine. Sorry. I'll get back to it. All right. I'm living the busy life at the moment. All right. I don't know if I want to create a utils file in this to host it. So at the moment, I'm just going to go and say common before I do it, what's our, yeah, it's all underscore. All right, cool. I'm just gonna read this in it, and then you import stuff like that. And a lot of reference. All right, cool. Import all of that. Import all of that. All right, cool, cool. So yeah, I do want to have something called common info.py. This is technically a utility. This is where I just look up at what they do. No, they won't do anything. I've got models as functions. I'm going to type in fields. Common info.py. I am struggling with what I want to name my stuff at the moment. All right, common info. We're just going to do that. We're going to state that this is an abstracted class. So from Django. Oops, lowercase Django dot database import models. Easy done. And then we're just going to say abstracted class, and then class common info models dot model. I'm just going to copy all of this over. In fact, I'm just going to cut it out there, and I'm just going to paste it over here. There, done. Now, usually we had the user model. We're no longer going to do that. So we'll go from Django dot core dot no. This is where we have no config. I thought it was core file management. Not a problem. What I want to do is hopefully it finds it. It should be smart enough. Import this name. It's not quite from that. Oh, oops. Alright, give me 2 seconds. This is where I got to use Google. So Django user table. This is where is the user table? Cool. As foreign key. Oops. Config import settings. All right, cool. Auth user model. That doesn't seem right. If you reference user directly, for example, referencing it to a foreign key, your code will not work on projects where the auth user model settings have been changed to a different user model. All right, instead of referencing to users directly, you should reference. All right, okay, cool. I'm happy to do that. That's not a problem. There we go. So we've fixed this up. Got our linter working. On the settings logout button in the 404, yes, I just haven't built those pages at the moment, and I was kind of testing the 404 look too. So yeah, that's why. Considering logout doesn't have any functionality at the moment, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Nor does settings. I might mock out the settings later on. So yeah, that's why they're 404. I should make a note of that on the dashboard itself, so that people are, oh, okay, cool, no, he knows about this. All right, so I'm happy with the extracted out classes. So I'm just gonna have a look over here, and we're gonna go from top to bottom, and I'm just gonna delete stuff. I don't know, extend tokens get used everywhere. I don't know if that gets used in here. Let's just search for this. Don't know. We'll come back to it. So the bug one, I don't think bug is used anywhere. We've got bug client in the admin. We only have those in the admin. We've got some used to handle on there. We've got the initialized data. It's all initialized data. It's all in the models. We do have a test for it. What I'm going to do, I'm going to limit this down to interviews. Yeah, I'm going to say let's get rid of it. We're going to get rid of the bug functionality anyway. We'll be doing it differently, I should say that. All right, change tasks. So this is part of requests for change. Now, what I could potentially do is create folders in here and sort of group stuff together. So for example, change tasks is a sub-object of request for change. So when you have a request for change, you've got a bunch of change tasks that you've got to implement. In this sort of case, if I want to actually structure how the models will work, what I would probably do is have a folder called request for change and then have that stored under there. That kind of makes sense. In the views themselves, change tasks has its own view, its own stuff in there because it has its own CRUD, but we won't be doing that. So I'm going to right hand click, I'm going to go new folder, we're going to go request for change. We're just adding it in very, very quickly. We've got to make sure that all of these have init added to them. The reason being is it just tells Python, hey, this is a Python folder. That's all. Pretty cool stuff. So in here, what we want to do is we want to import Django.db. From Django.db import models. Easy done. And then we'll have the change task and change task that one. So I'm just going to cut those out. We are going to add them in. Now there is something I'm missing straight away. So at the same time, whilst I'm doing this, I actually want to clean up the code and make sure that it casts all these sort of linting issues. So this one will be happening. So missing module jock string. As we went over here before, just going to zoom in. I'm going to do this so you guys can see. So currently at the moment we don't have anything in there. Yeah, we just got to do something like that up at the top. So we're going to do that. Module providing abstracted class for NearBeach. Abstracted class containing common fields for NearBeach's models. Right, I think that's a nice one. Oh, doing a bit of a stretch there. I don't know if we've got to have a space or something like that for that. We'll figure it out in a second. Now the other thing that too few public methods. Yeah, cool. I don't know about that one. Missing class doc string is pretty much the same. So if we go into here and we go missing class doc string and we go into here. Ooh, we've hit an ad break. All right, cool. For those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour. On Twitch, I think we've accidentally missed one. The idea is pre-rolled ads on Twitch suck, so we do this and they don't happen, and no one misses out on any content. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. We're starting to clean up the code base. We're starting to remove all that technical debt. So the database is one of the things that does contain quite a lot of technical debt. So for example, those bug tables, we no longer need them. And it might be something that we consider going through all the migrations and actually removing evidence of them in there too, because it'll build in those tables. If someone starts a brand new instance of NearBeach, but it shouldn't affect anyone who has already built a system. So yeah, we'll figure it out. Right, well, we've got about 28 seconds left of the ads. So yeah, I'm just replying to a friend very, very quickly, sorry. And welcome back, everyone. So, going back into here, very much similar to that. It's just missing that, and it looks like, yeah, there is meant to be a line. All right, cool. All right, and usually it'll be like class representing a person, and then this is going to be class containing common fields for NearBeach's models. Easy done. I don't think we have an init or anything like that. Yeah, we just got missing all of that. What we can actually do something like that, and we can trailing white space. Missing class doc string. Missing class doc string. Ah, yes, we are. Class containing meta information for common info model. And whoops, wrong way. Should be like that. and 29 and 30. Final new line missing. All right. I don't know what this is, but we'll find out what it is. All right, too few public methods used when the class has too few public methods. So be sure it's really worth it. Do correct code to all right, no problem. Run put it over. The error basically says the classes aren't meant to just store data, so you basically treating the classes as dictionary. Classes should at least have a few method operations, what your class looks like, but we're considering using we should be extending something that does. All right, cool. Exclude do. All right, let's have a look at this. Oh, this is piling Django. I have a meta class. No longer existent. Send the problem. Missing doc string. Interview. Can't reproduce with the latest updates. So closing. If you can replace. All right, cool. We'll try. Try this. Will not install Django by default. Yep. See discussion. If you want to wish it automatic. All right. Yep. Usage. Django models. Your app settings. Piling. All right. Sure, piling Django is installed in your path. In order to access the internal Django features to improve piling inspections, you should provide Django settings module appropriate to a folder. This can be done. All right, cool. All right. Do this. I'm just curious if we absolutely extract this down. Boom. All right, cool. Actually, Django was not configured for more information. All right, yeah, no, it needs the config stuff. That's perfectly fine. So Django settings. Module, and then that is NearBeach.app. All right, cool. And thank you very much, Kaloshi, for the follow. Welcome. I do hope you are enjoying my content. As I keep forgetting, dot settings. No, didn't like it. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to do something like that so you guys can see. Your app.settings. Oh, this might be different. This might be local. Yeah, it might just be local.settings. No files to lint, perfect. All right, cool. And now we can do NearBeach, models, fields, and then common info. Boom, we get problems. Requested settings, REST framework, but settings are not configured. You must either define environmental variables, Django settings module, before accessing the settings. Great. All right. This is annoying. What's Prospector? Python code and output above errors. Okay, cool. Let's install this. All right. Well, that's going to search everything. I'm just wondering if we can do one file. All right, Prospector will try and detect the libraries that your project use and adapt the output. All right, cool. For example, PyLink Django. Yep. All right, sweet. All right, we can do strictnesses. Can be done as a pre-hook. All right, cool. As a part of the YAML file contains errors. All right. Cool. And all pass. All right. Sweet. Command line usage. All right. Yep. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go NearBeach. Go fields. Oops, sorry, not fields. Models, fields, and then I'm just going to go common in there. Boom. Okay. It's the same problem as before. Joys of linter and setting this up at the same time. All right, so what I want to do, what do I want to do? PyLint. Let's go back to PyLint. I'm just going to copy this. What are you looking at? It's little doggies. PyLint load plugins. PyLint Django. Django settings module equals, and that's going to be local.settings, and then I'm just going to go NearBeach modules, fields, and common. Still got a problem with it. So requested settings, restaurant, but the settings are not configured. You must either define environmental variables or call settings to do. All right. Let's just go through this very, very quickly. So, Django setting models. You must define environmental variables. Okay. Other thing I could do. There's a thing on the settings that though. This won't have settings, which makes sense. It'll be the local on this, and yeah, it's meant to. All right. Oh, sorry. Oh, I don't mean that. This will not include, for example, which applications to include installed apps, and so linting type will interface less accurately. All right, cool. Let's try this. PyLint load plugins, PyLint Django. We're not going to do the settings. We're just going to straight into NearBeach module fields and then the common info. Django was not configured. For more information, run PyLint help message. Django not configured. Let's put in an error that we know will actually cause an error. So I'm going to go in here. I'm just going to delete this. Yeah, that seemed to pop up that. Right, fine. Django was not configured for more information. Alright, cool. Finding foreign key relationships from strings, PyLint, or Django requires configuration of Django. This can be done by the Django settings module, environment variable, PyLint, Django settings equals my project.settings. Alright, cool. Let's actually go back up here. Let's go, instead of local, let's go NearBeach. Fine. But yeah, then I get all of that problem. Which shouldn't happen. Because we've got everything installed. Which should include the rest stuff. Alright, this is annoying. Alright, let's just look this up. So, pylint underscore Django. And then we're just gonna key in the error itself. Pylint Django raises error about Django not being configured when that's not the case. Not what we want. But do we need to put everything in a file? I just missed some documentation, and it's like, you got to put this in a file. Pip install pylint Django usage. But yeah, ensure pylint Django is installed and on your path. In order to access some of the internal Django features, improve pylint inspections, you should also provide a Django settings module appropriate to your project. This can be done in path to your sources, other options, so load plugins. All right, yep, pylint Django, yep. If I'm just gonna copy that. I just want to see what actually happens. Django settings module. No, alright. Alright. No, there's nothing to that. It's expected in the UI. Linter currently. Yep. Alright. Cool. Alright, looks like I'm not the only one facing issues. I don't want to get this working. When I tried to add this to my settings.json, it didn't work. Quick VueJS. Alright, yeah, I'm confused about this. I can just use the pylint now. Like that. I'm happy to use that. And then just ignore the too few public methods for a little while. I do need to fix this up. I'm going to say, yeah, we'll ignore it for the moment. We'll come back to this. However, I do need to go to the bathroom very, very quickly. I will be right back. Sorry. So yeah, I'm gonna go, right, this is fine. We'll move on to the other files and so forth like that. So what I want, models, request for change. And what we're gonna do in here is I'm gonna put change tasks. I'll put this in the init file, but daft. Now I'm just wondering, I do have the folder, do I just do change task? Yeah, I do change task. All right, cool. So change task, we're gonna add that in. I'm just gonna go in here. I'm just going to remove all of this. We're just gonna cut it out. We're gonna paste it into here like this. We're just gonna go all the way up to the top. We're gonna do something like that. All right, cool. And like before, much like how we've done this, we're gonna do the exact same thing. So we've got the change task up here. What we're gonna write up is hit module providing change task tables for NearBeach. Alright, easy done. We've got all of that. And then what we do in here, we'll just go task containing change task fields. We need to go up here. Oh, sorry, give me 2 seconds. I did not put the door stop in correctly. Cool. Door thing in, yay! All right, getting back to this. So what we want is the Django conf import settings. We need to go to the user model, delete that, and then we go settings.auth user model. Settings auth user model. Settings auth user model. And I like to split this out off into new lines and so forth like that. All right. So class for containing those particular fields, we're just going to scroll all the way down. It's returning dollars to change that title. Oh yeah, that's just returning the title. Then class containing change up all fields. All right, cool. Yep. That doesn't work. Block ID, change task block. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right, so we've got this one in. We're just going to go over here. We're going to change this to request for change. Sorry, I'll do that so it's like that at the top. So we've got the trailing lines. And that's for the .models.request for change. Yep. That's the init file itself. And undefined variable request for change status, undefined variable. All right, we'll fix that up very, very quickly. That will go in here. I can see that now on that screen. I'm going to see how often this is used. So it's used in the API and all that kind of stuff. We're going to move that, which is defined in the models, probably to a utility. Or no, it's a table, isn't it? It's already an enums. All right, it's already a part of the utilities. So what we need is from NearBeach.utils.enums .request for change enums, import the request for change, and I think it's just the status itself. And presto, we need to get rid of the excess fields in here. Pretty easy, we just get rid of it like that. Awesome. So if we go back to the linting, it should only have, cool, no errors. Done. Perfect. And I'm just wondering if I get that and go fields again. Yeah, I don't know why. But I'm not too fast. And we've got to start deleting stuff. So straight off the bat, what we want to do also, oh, for fuck's sakes, I hate when I hit escape and it does nothing. From nearbeach.models.fields.common information, import the common information. And what we want to do is we want to go common info in here. We then want to go down here and change our status. And start date. All right, cool. All of those are fine. This will be common info. Is deleted will no longer be there. Created user will no longer be there. Change user date mod. Yep. All right. So as you can see, we are shrinking this already. So if we, sorry, not lint the fields, but request change. Like so. All right. Yeah. That one's done. So I'm just going to put that one over there for the moment. We're going to go back into the models. We're going to scroll all the way down. Once again, we're leaving that one. We've got customers in here. Now, I don't know whether to put organization or customer for the folder itself, but I do kind of want to clump them into one spot. So I'm going to do that. We still need to do that. And I'm just wondering if I should be at the end adding in models to the end of the file name. Part of me says yes. The reason being is so there's a big difference between the view customer and the model file customer. However, that being said, a lot of these views are going to no longer be around. It's going to be a lot simplified. In fact, we'll probably end up just deleting the view folder. Excluding the API. So yeah, I'm tossing this up at the moment. So, well, let's just go in. In this sort of case, what we want to do is we want to state what module this is. Module providing customer tables for NearBeach. Pretty stock standard stuff from Django.db import models. All right, actually, we still need that. Yep. All right, cool. From Django.conf, import your settings. Because I'm just double checking. Yeah, that one. Oh, this one might not need settings. I'm just going to remove it until we need it. And then we definitely need this one. And then then what I want to do is with the customer class, just cutting it, I'm just pasting it. We're going to go up, we're going to remove that. We are then going to go common info because we need it to be extended. All of that is perfectly fine. Date created, date modified, change user is all gone, and so is deleted because we're setting them to defaults. Now the string self return string customer ID, so that's just returning what we kind of want to return is a couple of fields like that. That's perfectly fine. Class meta, the verbose plural is customers. Ooh, ordering by customer first name. All right. Did we want to implement plural elsewhere? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know yet. All right. This will be quite literally the class containing customer fields. That's all we really need for that. But I'm also thinking of change task. Verbose name plural is going to be change tasks. I don't need to worry about ordering. Cool. And I'm just going to go class meta verbose name. Yep. All right. Cool. I kind of like it. I'm going to keep it. Ooh, but we've got to include down here. Now this will be how we naming this. Class containing meta information. All right. Information for that's not common info. There we go. Doing that also over here, meta information for that. Yep, cool. And then meta information for not the customer's model, that's the change task model. That got that incorrect. All right. I'm happy for this at the moment. I'll just run my initial linter on it. So we'll go organization on there and organization. All right, cool. That's perfectly fine. That's common info. Yep, cool. Meta. Yeah. All right, cool. I'm happy. I'm gonna close that one. What I want to do, open up a new one. We're going to go document. We're going to go document. I'm going to rename this one. Because I'm keeping the plurals out of the naming of the fields and so forth like that. And then once again, we've just got the init. And then we'll have the document.py. And I want to cut everything dealing with documents. Ooh, will folders be included in here too? That's a good question. I will probably not. It's just that much. It's just fold. All right, no, I will. cool. I'll get rid of folder. Once again, later in the future, what we could do is we could split these up, so forth like that. We can refactor the code so people know where this is, and yeah. Alright, so what we want to do is we want to say module. Just getting the wording right again. Module providing module providing document tables for NearBeach. So let's not do a full stop. So first thing we've got to do from Django.database import models, easy done. We'll also need to import the UID, that's for that down there. We'll also have file storage. Ooh, where's that one again? Is that one of ours? Yes, yes it is. Alright, cool. The change user, date created, date modified, is deleted. That's all gone. Is purged. That's specific for this database. So yeah, we're keeping that one in. Going down here once again, we are going to go date created, date delete. That's all done, and then is purged once again is new. With the folder. Date created, change user is deleted, is all gone. Sweet. Let's fix up any problems in here. This will actually be settings.auth user table. Would go up to the top from Django.conf import settings. That should stop that from doing that. And then what we want to do is we want to go in here, class containing the document fields. Class containing document permission fields. Class containing the folder fields. Yep, cool. Now, some of this has actually got to be done differently now. So, foreign keys. Sorry, I'm just having a quick think. Oh, I do. Oh, but all right, rename that. That was never picked up before. So foreign key. I don't think we can have it like that anymore. Yeah, I think what's got to happen is from now on we've got to go NearBeach.module.models import project task and so forth. Jesus Christ, sucks. And so forth like that. There you go. Scared me. So, and I think it'd just be like project and then task. We'll need organization and customer and so forth like that, so we'll quickly do that. Like so, that's included in here. Surplus of that. Oh, all right. This might be. And that's fine. Module providing folder tables for NearBeach from Django.db input models. All right, cool. I'm going to paste that in very, very quickly. We need to do a few more other things. That's fine. From NearBeach.models. Field.common info, import common info. We've got to go down here. We've got to get rid of this and go common info. Easy done. I then got to import all the other stuff for this. That's perfectly fine, but it gives us the chance to re-import it in here. And that way I'm not having to put something up here, which breaks my alphabetical order. All right, I'm just gonna cheat. Oh. All right. So the one problem is this keeps going on and on and on forever. I don't like that. I like splitting these up. Just a lot easier to read and having them in alphabetical order. Element OP, so O goes there. QRST, yep. Requirement request for change becomes before that. All right, cool. So yeah, that's what I'm doing very, very quickly. I'm just going to get rid of that. What I'm going to do. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to paste it in here. We've also got to make sure common info is used over here, which it isn't at the moment. So common info, easy done. What we want to do is from NearBeach.models, that fields of common info, easy done. That's quick and easy to import. So we've got the common info in here. We're going to clean up this once again. This isn't hard work at the moment. It's just fiddly, cleaning up everything, moving stuff around, and having a consistent way of how we implement items in NearBeach, which is what I've been aiming for this. So yeah, near up that. Sorry, there was nowhere near the escape key then, and I don't know why it opened up like that. And it shouldn't have taken me to that place. Oi, escape, thank you very much. Okay, we don't need that. For the project, we've got the task. No. This is self. Now I think I'll just keep self like that. Easy done. You know, I won't need that here. So we've got that in there. We need the plural stuff. So class meta, and then this will be meta definition folder model. All right, folders. Yep, and that's it. And we just need the empty line which has no tabs in. Alright, so that is all done like that. That's common info. That's got to be common info. We'll add in the plural stuff now. So, class meta. That's it. Easy done. We do the same thing here. Class meta. Cool. Cool. Easy done. Make sure we do our lint. All right. Line too long. On the document 108. Yeah, because I haven't split this out. Alright, so that one's done. Too few public methods. Yeah, we're ignoring the RO903. Standard UUID should be placed before third-party import. Oh, okay. And first-party import. All right. I'm happy to make that change. So what it's saying is this has got to go up here, and we've got to have a couple of spaces like that. That's lint. Cool. So ignoring that one, standard should be placed before third-party imports. Django, oh, before. All right. Yep. Sorry. And then we want to do something like that, and probably end up doing something like that. All right, cool. So the RO903, we're ignoring all of those. Done. We're happy. So there's our document done. Now we're going to have to come back because we'll be refactoring some of this. So for example, Kanban card, organization, project, and all of those objects will be moved around. In fact, we should start moving those around first. Yeah, I'm going to say a yes to that. I'm going to put that over there. Oops, socks, what's the matter? Yep. You're here. There we go. All right. So we might as well make those folders. So, just going to scroll all the way up. Actually, I'm going to do this in the terminal at the very, very bottom because it's going to be a lot quicker. NearBeach models. We're going to make directory called Kanban card. Make directory called organization. That already exists. Make directory project. Make directory request for change. It already exists. I should have known that. Make directory requirement. Requirement items are going to go under requirement 2. It's a parent-child connection there. Make directory task. So there's all of our folders so far. What I need to do is I'm just going to touch the document we've done, the field we've done, the Kanban card, and we're just going to go init under.py. We need to touch under the project, the init WY. We just need to touch under the environment, init Y, and then touch under the task, init WY. Alright, cool. That's why I've just done it in there. A lot quicker for me to type those out. So, what should we start off with? Well, we're going to go alphabetical order. We're going to skip group. Ooh, group would be... It's technically for missions. So we're going to have a folder called permission. Like that. There we go. And so much quicker because I don't need to close anything and so forth like that. I am going to put I'm going to move it over, but I'm not going to do much with it at the moment. We're going to have a bunch of errors and I'm just going to come back to that. All right, so we do have Kanban board. So I've written Kanban card instead of board. I'm going to rename that. Like so, and once again, Kanban card will go under there. That's easy done. So we're just going to go under here, Kanban. I'm going to write board.py. It's done. We're going to add this in. Now we can include the card in there. Oh, that's a good question. Do we want to include the card in there? Column and level, definitely, because they deal with the board itself, but the card in itself is more of a separate enough entity that I'm happy to go not yet. But I'll go Kanban card. I'll paste it in. But Kanban column and Kanban level, definitely. So that will go at the bottom. We'll paste that in. We're all happy with that. I'm just having a look at list of bug clients. That one's going to be deleted. We'll probably end up having... those actually fall under the correct object. All right. Yeah, all right. I wonder how many lines we've got left. Oh, we've pretty much moved out 500 lines out of the models table, which is great news. Once again, we're going to be moving a lot more. So this is module for Kanban board tables for NearBeach. I think that's how the wording we want it to be. Just give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to module. Okay. And then from Django.db import models. Done. From NearBeach dot models dot fields dot field dot common info. So, easy done. Once again, we'll set this all up. All right, cool. Kanban board status choice. Now, I'm just going to see where we actually store this. I'm going to go in project. This will just be in Python itself. So we'll have it in the modules. We'll have it in the Kanban board py. That's the file we've got open at the moment. We'll have it in the serializations. And considering we've got it in the serializations and so forth like that, it seems more like an enum. So what I want to do in the modules, let's actually go across and go Kanban board status choice. Oh, it's in the documents. All right. Yep. Now, it is an enum choice, and once again, we're just going to move stuff around. I know I'm going to break a lot of NearBeach, and that's fine. All right, so we actually have a utils now. So under utils, we've got a bunch of stuff. For example, with the API, oh, we don't actually have that as a, give me 2 seconds, init.py, I don't know why I skipped that. And we're going to create an enums in here for the Kanban board, but first we have an ad break. So yeah, for those on YouTube, we run ads every half an hour on Twitch. That's to stop the pre-rolled ads, which suck. Yeah, we just do this for about 90 seconds. You can ask questions. I can prattle on about anything really. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. We're joined here today with Socks, who scared me twice already, and I don't know why. She scared me today. No, you okay there, Socks? Yes. Okay, there you go. She's getting lots of pats. She's loving it. About 30 seconds left of the ads. And yeah, then we'll get back to refactoring. I'm fixing up a little of my code. Yeah, no, it'll be good once we get this refactored. Yeah. Which reminds me, I've got to rename a few things. I've got to go back to those files, and I just remembered I've got to make sure the names are generic. So yeah, that's gonna be fun. So yeah. All right. Oh, and we're back. I was not paying attention at the time. There we go. All right, cool. So we're gonna move the Kanban status choice over into here. As you can see, we've got an enum already for something similar like this. However, those are more set like that because I'm using them in multiple different places. Yeah, let's structure this properly now. Go with that. This will be Kanban board enums.py. I'll add them in. I'm just putting that over there for actually no, I'm just going to copy this for reference. Then I'm going to the models. I'm going to copy this for reference. I'm just going to paste it in and write our own classes now. So straight off the bat, what we want to do is we want to change this. So module providing enums for Kanban board. And then we want to deal with that one. We'll go class, and this one will be Kanban board status choice. And it'll be models dot integer choices. Oh, these aren't integer choices. These are open and stuff like that. So I'm going to go back to here. I've only got integer choices in this sort of case. But yeah, if we have a look at the data itself, it's like open and opened. It's quite literally string text. So I've got big. Alright, Kanban board. There we go. And if we view the data, you can see it's in text for those particular cases. So what I want to actually do, we've got text choices. All right, it's going to be fine. So we'll have open equals open and closed equals close. And I think that will be fine because it'll match this perfectly fine. And we get rid of all of that. And then what we want to do, I don't need the lazy text thing being imported. We'll just go in here, class containing and board status choices. Really wants me to do the full stop, doesn't it? And I think that's it for the moment. All right, let's go back to the Kanban board. So we've separated out those, we'll split this out, we'll put that onto there. We are going to go into here, and then we'll have the class containing those choices. Sweet, I'm happy with that. There's a lot of work to do with this one. All right. Straight off the bat, is deleted, created user, changed user, date, created and modified, delete, done. Down here, it'll be the meta for the Kanban model. It's done. We need to get rid of that line. We'll do something like this. Our class container is deleted. Those will be deleted. Once again, we're going into the meta. All right, cool. And we have one line there. Still a lot of work to do on this. So I do need to go back to the other I need to go back to the other models and also apply changes there before I continue. I'm just jumping on Discord to double check something. And Twitter. Actually, no, they both had the same results. Oh. Alright, Discord it is. Oops, not logged in. Where was it? It was NearBeach Dev. I asked about the database. Yep, alright, cool. Should the field names be prefixed with the table, i.e. project title, project description, etc.? Pretty much everyone said no, don't. Cool. So it does mean I've got to go back to everything and rip out that prefixing. Not a problem. I'm just going to close that because we don't need those at the moment. But we'll go back to here. What I also want to do is get the requirement in. Once again, that will be deleted from there and so forth like that. Kanban board status will be like that. And then the choices itself, that will be this class up here. So we'll just copy that, paste it in, do something like that. We're going to import that very, very quickly. We're just going to go up here. We're going to go from NearBeach.utils.enums .kanban board enums, import the Kanban board choice. Done. We're happy with that. Now the name itself is just going to be name. Cool. So that's looking a lot neater. And then we've got Kanban boards. Is that ordering will be the ID in opposite order. So as per everyone's request, we are deleting these properties. Alright, that's a foreign key. Alright, yep. Higher order status. Ooh. Yeah, alright. Higher order status will be part of the modules. Will be higher object, higher order status. Yeah, alright, cool. And once again, that's all in string format. If you're using Tailwind CSS for your front-end UI, there's a handy copy-paste component library you should check out, tailui.in. Cheers, thank you. I'm not using it directly for NearBeach, the product itself, but I am using it for the marketing side. So, yeah. And how are you? Well, actually, no, you were talking before finance. All right. So we want a new enum, we want a new Python file. I'm just going to call this status enums.py because we can have multiple. And once again, very much like this, I'm just going to copy this. We're just going to go into here. We're just going to paste it in. Oh. Okay, thank you, copy. Thank you, copy and paste for ruining my night. Alright, I'm going to put that over there. I'm just going to go all the way up to the top. We're just going to go this, and this will be module providing status enums for NearBeach. Easy done. From Django.database, import the modules. And then what we want is we want a class, and this class is going to be called object higher order status, and that's going to be models.text choices. And then what we're going to do is we're going to have backlog, because I won't be all that capital case, thank you very much, backlog. Now, are we doing double quotes or single quotes? I think we are doing double quotes in NearBeach. blocked equals blocked is done. Closed equals closed. And then we just get rid of all of that. And we put in this in here, class containing the object higher order status. Done. It's as pretty as that. So we're going back to the Kanban board. We're going to get rid of that. We're going to go object higher order status. We're going to hit enter. Now that should import it automatically up here, and we're like, sweet. All right, going down, we just get rid of this and go column name. Actually, it'll be just name. Sorry, not column name, because we get rid of all the prefixes. Field name. That's easy done. We've got the plurals. Ordering is going to be the sort number followed by the ID. Cool. Yeah, this is wrapping up really quickly. And we just need to get rid of those. Date created, date modified, change user, and deleted is all gone. All of this is okay. This just needs now to have name in it. Did I get rid of the other? Yep. This won't actually be connected to the higher order status. We do need to deal with this. Like so. Easy done. All right, cool. So the Kanban board one should be done. Let's go to the Kanban card. So straight off the bat, module for, I keep forgetting the terminology that I'm using for this. It's providing, isn't it? Yeah, module providing, and then we just state the Kanban card tables for NearBeach. He's done. From Django.db import the models table. From, now this is where we've got to do our space, NearBeach. From NearBeach dot models, oh fuck off, excuse my French, dot field dot common info, import common info. And then we're just searching for the next class. That one's fine. Yep, all right, cool. And then we just got to do that. So that will be class containing Kanban card fields. Easy done. And this will be meta definitions for the Kanban board. No, this will be meta definitions for the Kanban card model. Thank you very much. We also need from Django dot, actually, no, before I actually do that, let's actually delete some stuff. We are I'm just going to delete that, yep, sort number, Kanban column. Oh, we should be removing Kanban level and Kanban column and all that kind of stuff. It should be just level and column and board and priority. All right, and then in the project, yep, task, requirement items is archived. We're getting rid of this, getting rid of that, we're getting rid of that, and we're getting rid of that. And then we're changing this to just text. And then we've got the meta, which needs to be ordered by the ID. So, description, that's perfectly fine. Sort, integer field, yep, that's all fine. Column, that's fine. We need object priority. Which we just imported, that's perfectly fine. Now, another thing is we need to actually, we need to go Kanban level instead of having it like that. Kanban column instead of having it like that, and Kanban board instead of having it like that. And then we've got project, task, requirement, item. Alright, and we'll import those in a second. It's just me going boop and then import this. So no, I'm not going to import them yet because we need to actually create those objects. So, got pretty much most of that set up, I think. All right. Lint's not going to work because it's going to pick up those undefined variables like that. I've just realized that, yeah, that's going to be a problem. So what I want to do is I can quickly import them. Or I can put this on the back burner and then come back to it. I'm going to put it on the back burner and come back to it. Yeah, I'm going to do that. All right. So we're going to go back to this, the modules, list of project statuses. I'm going to ignore the list at the moment. Can ignore notifications. I can import these levels. Yeah, I can import those levels at least. So from NearBeach models Kanban board, import Kanban board, Kanban column, and Kanban level. Now, because it isn't too long, I will have it like that. That's perfectly fine. I'm just going to put this up in here. I like that. That one's going to get deleted soon. That's perfectly fine. We're going to have a couple of errors and so forth like that. Alright. Kanban board is fine. That's meant to be board. Actually, no, that should be Kanban board. Yeah, this is where the confliction actually happens. Because it's connected to the Kanban board table. And what I want to be is consistent. So if I have this as a foreign key being Kanban board, it means that I've got to have those other ones level and the column to also match up. So yeah, we've got a Kanban board there. Kanban board. All right, so then in the card itself, we'll have Kanban level. Kanban column, Kanban board, and that sort of reflects that, hey, these are connected to a particular table. Because yeah, everything else will match up table-wise, names and so forth like that. All right, cool. All right, we are going to move on to, let's do project first. Gonna add in project, so I'm just gonna search for class project over on here. We're just going to go and cut that. We're just going to once again paste this in. We're just going to go to the top. We're just going to go 1, 2, 3. Module. I keep forgetting against module providing, not requiring. Providing project tables for NearBeach, and then we do the full stop. And then we do from Django database, input that, and then we give it a little bit of space, and then from NearBeach.models.field.common info, import the common info. We just go down here and just update this to common info, like so. And then we're just getting rid of all the prefix sort of stuff. Done. Oops. 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 So date create, date modified, change user, get rid of all of that, is deleted, get rid of that. Make sure that is just .self.name. We've got to import the priority stuff. That's just an enum sort of thing. If it lets me just add it in. Cool. Done. Perfect. Let's go through. I don't know why I needed that. But straight off the bat, what we want to do, class containing fields for project model. And we've got to have the meta, don't we? Oh, we do have the meta. Meta definition for project module. Yeah, cool. Done. And that time I fat fingered. I know that. Alright. So we've got going through this, class containing ID, big auto, character field, description, model text field, organization, foreign key. We need organization like that. And then list of project statuses like that. Alright, I don't know if I can do, no, I can't. Now, those are definitely changing. With the list of project statuses, we're going to change that right now. So I'm just going to scroll all the way up here. God, this file's huge. I'm just going to cut it out of there. We're going to paste it in here. Luckily for us, this is going to be in alphabetical order, so list of project statuses will appear at the top. We're getting rid of that reference like that right now. We'll need the class, so class containing fields for list of project statuses. And then down here, ooh, Yeah, this will be ID. This will actually be text. Oh, it can still be status. I mean, that makes sense, having it as status. It's text. And then this will be connected to... We're getting rid of that. It's just going to be higher order statuses. Once again, we're going to get rid of that. I don't know how I did that. Was that control and backslash? I don't know. What we want to do is we want to have object of object higher order statuses. There we go. There it is. Come through, and then object higher order statuses dot, and normal will be the default. So we do it that way because we might change a couple of things on here, and that way, if we just have plain text in here, it's the future-proof this. All right. In this sort of case, sort order will be fine without the status on it. Date created's gone, date modified's gone. We are going to get rid of this and go common info, and we have reached just another ad break. All right, Jesus, I can't believe another half an hour has gone by. All right, cool. So yeah, hopefully everyone's going well. I'm going to close my window just because it is getting cold now. Summer's been weird in Australia. This week. All right, okay, that's the struggle of my window. There we go, live. There we go. How's everyone going? Hopefully you're going well. How's our ads? About 30 seconds left of the ads. So yeah, we're making some headway with this, which I'm happy with. It's going to be good once all of this is set up. So yeah, it also means we can sort of, if we need to add in tables and all that kind of stuff in the future, it's going to be a lot easier. Also, having everything split up, it's going to make it so much easier to find stuff. And welcome back, everyone. Get back into it. So we've just added that in. We've just gone through. I'm almost happy with all that. So from Django.conf import settings, user model we want to delete, and we want to go to settings like that. That's. Oh wait, we're going to remove that. Those two lines. Those two fields. And then we just need status here. We also need a class meta tagged on. This is the meta definitions for that. And then verbose. That's it. Now, do we need... Now, that one is just meant to be ID. That. Yeah, all right, cool. So that should be fine. This won't complain because it's defined, this list of project statuses is defined before it. All right, so everything should be fine there. We no longer need that there. So we've just done project. Let's do task next. Add that in. Module. Oh, okay. Every single time. Every single time. Module providing. from here, what we need to do from Django DB import. This is the modules, yay! And then from NearBeach.modules, all of that fun stuff, and then we need the class task and all that kind of stuff. So I'm just going to go in here. I'm just going to go class task. No, it's just all of that. I'm just going to cut it out. I'm just going to paste it in here. We're going to go back to the top. I am going to go and go list of task statuses. And we're also going to do the same thing with the task statuses. Once again, they'll just go on the top because they're required. It's alphabetical order and also they're required first. Straight off the bat, we need common info. Like so, and then we'll just do class containing fields for list of task statuses. It's done. Now, in this sort of case, once again, we're getting rid of the prefix stuff. Status is perfectly fine. We're happy with that. We'll get rid of the status like that. This will be the object higher order status, like so. Once again, we're going to get rid of that, and we're going to go object higher order status, and we're just going to go normal. Easy done. We'll need the sort order to be like that. Date created, date modified, change user. We don't care about anymore. Is deleted, all gone, and this will be my status. And then what we need is class meta. In here we'll have meta definitions for this, and then we'll have vert plugin, and then we'll have the sort ted. Sorry, I'm gonna have to double check project one. Ordering is the word, sorry, ordering. Oh, and it's not by ID, it's done by sort order. And I think it's ascending. So let's just double check that I've done that correctly on this. List of project statuses. I have not. All right, cool. And I'm not consistent with the quotation marks and stuff like that. So what I'll do is I'll probably get an auto linter to just fix up all of that and, you know, make sure everything's working. That's one thing I should actually do. Django code. This is not a Django paradigm, but more also attributed to the language. Regarding my style, is recommended using black for me. Yep. For me, consistency it vastly outweighs some odd formatting choices it makes. It renders some decisions, such as using alert, pointless, since I'll be transferring them as it sees it. All right, cool. Yeah. We'll use black. All right, getting back into the tasks. Yeah, I think the sort order, we want it ascending, so we want the earliest ones first. So yeah, we've got to have it like that. All right, I think that one's good. Class containing fields for not task. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, no, wait, task. I am on task. Silly of me. Straight away, let's get rid of some of the stuff. task status, which is going to be status. Points and we're getting rid of those. Easy done, and that will actually be so that one's fine. So we've got ID, short description will be title, and then it'll be description from now on. So we'll have consistency with the field names. And then organization. Again, we'll get rid of that and we type in organization. We're going to import it. That's perfectly fine. Start date and date assigned to that will be settings.auth models. Django.conf import settings. Cool. Done and dusted for that. Assigned to, that should be list of task statuses. Story points we're fine with. Yep, that's perfectly fine. Priority, we just need to import these. That's just me clicking on that and going import. And then the title is, yep, plural, and then it'll be negative ID. So, we've got that one. I do need to go back to project. So it's going to be title and description. I think that's what everyone agreed on. Yeah, the idea being is all these fields will now be very generic. Now, so we've done that one, we've done the task, we haven't done request for change yet. So we'll do that very, very quickly. Just paste that in, and then I'm going to go class list of statuses, request for change. I'll just scroll down, list of requirement items. Actually, we might not have those. Yeah, we don't have those because all of this is set in stone. All right, that's request. Yep, that's no longer the case. Yay! All right, cool. Module. Oh my god, I did it again. Oh, it's a giving word. Providing. Providing request for change tables for NearBeach. All right, cool. From Django.db, import the modules, easy done, and then do a space from NearBeach. No, from NearBeach dot models dot field dot common information. All right, cool. Got to format that, and then I was searching for class. Class that's not perfectly fine, but at the moment I'm just getting rid of these. Common info. All right, cool. Now I'll do this. This will be class containing fields for request for change tables. This will be meta definitions for request for change. This will be class containing fields for request for change, group approval tables. And then we need the meta down here. Class meta. Cool, yep, let that fill in. Yeah, that didn't fill that out right. Request for change group approvals. Easy done. We get rid of that. We don't need the ordering for this, but we do have some enums that we're going to import in a minute. I think RFC, yeah, we're getting rid of RFC in here. I'm going to cheat with this one. I'm just going to go find and replace. RFC underscore replace all. Done. All right. So that is correct. Summary will actually become description. Easy done. Don't know why I had those in there like that. The type is, all right, we'll need to import the type. Implementation start date, end date, and release date. Those are perfectly, those are named correctly. Version number, status, choices, request for change status. All right, cool. Looks like I just need to find that. Really, socks? I didn't know that, socks. There we go, easy done. Chat disconnected, please wait while it. Oh, all right, cool. I don't know if I just had an internet issue. Let's see. CPU, draw frame, 0.4%. I don't know. All right, socks, what's the matter? You're like, meh. Oh, come on. Come on, there we go. Oh, in fact, tell you what I could do. I could just actually cut this out here. It's no longer needed. We paste this down here. We go up to line 5. We just get rid of it. And all of that will be in alphabetical order, and I'm happy with that. All right, that fixes a lot of the stuff. The user model, that will actually need to be from Django.conf, import the settings. We're just gonna go settings, auth user model. All right, cool. Decorated, question user, yep. And get rid of all of those. That's perfectly fine. Sox's head is in the way at the moment, so give me a couple of seconds longer to actually have a look at this. In fact, here we go. There's Sox. Is she in frame correctly? Yeah, she's in frame enough. All right, so we've got the description, we've got the type, we've got the implementation, we've got the version number, we've got the status, we've got the lead, we've got the priority, we've got the risk, we've got the impact, risk and impact analysis, we've got the implementation plan, we've got the backout plan, we've got the test plan, and I'm quite happy with all of that. We send back the title, we've got request for changes. Should be like that. For the request to change group approval ID. Now, once again, we are with our foreign keys. We're doing something like that. We detected audio belonging to someone else on the stream, temporary blocked. I'll tell you what, I am going to go up here again. And then I'm actually taking a screenshot of that. Should include the time. Yeah, cool. Cool. All right. Sorry, a week or two ago, chill hop music got flagged and my stream just suddenly stopped. So I'm just capturing enough evidence to be like, hey guys, this actually is occurring quite a little bit more than you think. Now, RF, oh, this is, yeah, how many places am I using this? And actually a number of places. We're going to put this as an enum too. So request for change approval. I'm going to have it named like that. It's not going to be a problem. I'm going to find my enums. There's my enums. All right, cool. We're just going to go class requests for change approval enums. This will be a models integer choice. Easy done. So we've got waiting equals 1, and that will be waiting like that. All right, cool. Approve 2. That is rejection 3. All right, cool. Cancel. All right, so I'm happy with that. That means I can get rid of that now. Rating score. Where do I use rating score? Nowhere else? All right, cool. Rating score is gone. I think that's some old stuff I did quite a while ago. All right. Yeah, a few bits of code in here that's got to go somewhere else, but that's, yeah, all right, cool. That's just put into there. What I'm going to do is I'm going to module providing enums for request for change. What else? Easy done. And then class containing enums for approvals, request for change approvals. Class containing enums request for change impact. Done. Priority. Thank you. Escape. Not working again. Risk. Change statuses. Yep. Cool. Easy done. All right. Socks. I need my mouse. I'm just going to close that. I'm going to close the status. Oh, cough. That one. We don't need enums at the end. All right, cool. No, I'm just... There we go. All right, cool. This will belong somewhere in here. So that's for the request for change approval. So it'll go down here, and it will be request for change approval, and the default will be waiting. So default equals request for change approval dot waiting. Like so. All right. Yep. Now I'm just going to go settings dot auth, and then what I'm going to do, I'm going to break this up. So we're just going to do something like that. Easy done. We're just going to do something like that. All right. Change. Actually, no, we don't need to worry about any of that because we're getting rid of that. Easy done. Right, so this should be fine. What was that? She's talking back to me. She's like, no, that ain't fine. All right, PyLint, what we want to do is we want to handle the NearBeach, we want to handle the modules, we want to handle the request for changes. I was just hitting that. So we're ignoring that, we're ignoring that, we're ignoring that, and we're ignoring that. I'm happy. So now, what I got to do is move on. So going back up here, we've done request for change, we've done project, we're skipping permissions at the moment. Requirement we haven't done. So I'm going to go requirement.py. We're going to also put in requirement items in here at the same time. Like so. We're just going to add them both in. We're going to go to the models. In here, we're just going to go class, and then we're just searching for requirement, like so. And then we're just going to go, oh, link socks. Somehow I knew you were going to do that again. So we're not going to worry about scheduled object at the moment. We are going to look for requirements somewhere else. List of requirement item statuses. Yep, thank you very much. We're going to copy that and we're going to go down here. We're just going to go like this. Easy done. List of requirement item types. Thank you very much. We're going to cut that out. We're just going to paste it once again down here. Easy done. List of requirement statuses. A list of requirement types. We're going to cut this. We're going to go back to the requirement. We're just going to go scroll all the way. Actually, these should belong at the top. And I've just realized that I haven't put it in alphabetical order in here. So we're going to undo that very, very quickly. We're just going to go whoop. And, that, just cheating a little. All right. I just realized also with the request for change, I did simplify them, right? So request for change, title, description, yep, I did do that. Yep, cool. Oh, all right. I want to be consistent. All right, that's it. I just want to change that to request for change. I want to be consistent now. So you were jumping way too close to the mouse again. All right, change tasks. I'm just going to go back to the change tasks very, very quickly because we're going to make that ID. This will be request for change. That will be then request for change, like so. We've got to import that. That's not going to be a problem. We'll do that in a minute. What I want to do is I want to separate these, and then you want to go commands from NearBeach.models dot request for change, like that. All right, cool. And once again, a lot of these sorry, I'm just giving you a couple of seconds whilst I'm thinking on everything. I'm just going to find and replace. And what we're wanting to replace is change task underscore with nothing. Done. All right, cool. A lot of this will need to be reviewed, but yeah, we'll get there when I get there. So yeah, all right. Request for change. So straight off the bat, oh wait, we're happy with request for change. Sorry, it was requirement and requirement items that we're doing. Module providing requirement tables for NearBeach. And then what we want to do is from Django DB import models, and then give a couple lines from NearBeach dot models dot field dot common info, import common info. All right, cool. Common info. Let's search for other classes in here. All right, sweet. Encoder, how are you? How are you going? So yeah, we're refactoring at the moment. This is just the database sort of refactoring. We're splitting it up. Socks is no longer here, so I can actually do this. We're splitting out everything, and we're making sure it meets linting, basic linting standards and so forth like that. So yeah, it'll also mean NearBeach won't run at the moment in this sort of dev state, just because we're making some massive sort of changes. So yeah, we will be deleting quite a bit of code soon. So a lot of the views will just get deleted. Worst case scenario, we can re-import the views that we need. We've got a commit we can go to and go copy this, paste it in. All right, so we've got the list of requirement information. This will be class containing fields for that particular table. We need to get rid of requirement underscore in this particular table. So I am just going to go find and replace and going requirement underscore, and I'm just going to replace those all. I need to actually find out how to do that in Vim a lot better than that. So the status is the models.character. What? And hello, Dev Mindset 1. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. I'm just wondering what the hell is with my status field here. Give me a couple of seconds. Sorry, I am just going to my... Actually, I've got to test... better not, just in case someone's put something dodgy on it. I've got my requirements in here. And we've got requirement status. I'm looking at the wrong. All right, don't worry. No, I'm just having a moment. This is the requirement statuses table. So yeah, this is fine. Do you use React for front end or something else? So for some of my WordPress sites, I do use React. However, it's more for the back end stuff of, when I say back end, I mean the WordPress admin section. So yeah, I've used React before. However, for NearBeach, I'm currently using VueJS. So yeah. All right, so that's perfectly fine having the status like that. We need to get rid of the status ID to make it ID. We've got the status, and then we've got the higher order status, which is good. We get rid of all of this, and we go object higher order status like that. and then we get rid of this and we go object higher order status dot normal. There we go. Status sort order. This will just be sort order now. Date created, date modified, change user is all gone. And there's that. And then what we need to do, we need the class meta. We'll have the meta definition for this particular table. We'll have the note. Like so, and then we'll have ordering, and we'll have it in the sort order. All right, cool. Is it open source right now? Yes, yes it is. So, we have it on GitHub. I think that's the command. Might not be, should be. There we go. But yeah, currently at the moment we're refactoring quite a lot of it. There's got a lot of technical debt that needs to be removed. Hence what I'm doing today. So one of the things we're doing right now is actually cleaning up the database table, which has been sitting there for a very, very long time. We're splitting it up into multiple different files. We're ordering it in the file system. We're making sure there is consistency with the field names. So a lot of the times we did for tasks, it was like task short description, task long description, and project was name and description and stuff like that. Where now they'll all be title and description. So yeah. Now this refactor is also happening with the front end. We're ripping out Bootstrap. We're actually doing our own CSS for it at the scope level. So in VueJS, you can scope the CSS so it only affects that particular component, and that's what we're doing. Yeah. So we're getting there slowly. We're giving ourselves 7 months. However, that being said, this could take a lot longer than that. No, not yet. So, yeah. There is dev documentation. I keep fat fingering sometimes. There is dev documentation where you can set up a local dev environment pretty quickly. Or if you've got Docker available, there's a quick install. If you know how to use Docker. Yeah, it should be pretty quick and easy. Famous last words, that being said. So, yeah. I don't know where I am right now. Yeah, I'm the lead. Alright, sort order. Click on the thing I didn't want to click on. Shoot. Alright. No, I'm here anyway. Cool. List of requirement types. Sweet. Class containing fields of list of requirement type. Tables. I probably need to go through some of that wording. Table. Type ID, once again, we're just putting that down as ID. Type will be perfectly fine, we'll keep it like that. Date create, date modified, change user is all going. And then that will be type, and then we'll have the class meta. Yep, and then yep. Are we having a sort order? No. That's perfectly fine. Easy done. So going over here, this is class containing. Yep. All right. Cool. ID, title, perfectly fine. Scope is perfectly fine. This is going to be list of requirement type. And having it typed there is perfectly fine. List of requirement status. That's going to be perfectly fine. We've got the story point, min and max. That's perfectly fine. Organization. Oops, no, that's going to be correct. We just got to import it. So I'm just going to click on that, import it right now. We've got the date created, date modified, changes. We're getting rid of those because yeah, we don't need them anymore. Verbose requirements. Yep. And then what we want to do is in here, meta definition for the requirement table. Easy done. Okay, so we got to get rid of that. Most of that is a lot nicer now. I know we've got to do organization because yeah, that's another one that we've got to move. All right. What am I doing? I don't know. There we go. Let's move organization at, oh no, we've still got the requirement item to deal with. So let's deal with the requirement item first. So straight at the top, what we're doing is we're adding in our little thing, module, providing requirement item tables for NearBeach. Done, and then from Django, import that. Then down here from NearBeach yes, I'll need that. From NearBeach models.field common info. All right, cool. And then get rid of that, and then move it up there. Oops. And then common info. And then what I want to do is search for a class. All right, cool. So, a lot of things have happened, all related to technical debt. So, over the last couple of years, I've learned a lot more. I've sort of built stuff in, but I've ad hoc'd it in and all that kind of stuff. So, technical debt has gotten rather large. A good example is the models file. So, the models.py file is well over 1,000 lines of code in there. So what I want to do is I want to go in, not only split up that file into smaller files themselves, but I also want to clean up the code as I go along, remove certain bad practices from the code, and yeah, just clean up the code and comment it a little bit more and meet sort of linting requirements. So yeah, we're getting there slowly. So on my right, you won't be able to see much of the code on the right. That's the models table. It's rather large and hideous and scary as hell. We've gotten it down to just about 1,000 lines. So we're halfway at the moment. And yeah, we're just cutting out code, putting it into other files, and just neatening up the structure of the code. At the same time, we're deleting old tables we're no longer using. We're moving away from how we've set up the choices originally, and we moved into a better sort of enum approach. Yeah. Massive refactor. Let's just say that. Massive refactor. Alright. Pretty much this. So currently the code base is very intertwined and stuff like that. I've learned a lot over the years, and I want to reapply what I've learned back into old code. So yeah, we're on the second panel at the moment. So yeah, we've just started. It's a big task. Let's just say that. We've given ourselves 7 months. All right, so requirement items, yeah. But that being said, once it's done, a lot of the code gets simplified through this process because I'm removing silly things that I put in a long time ago. Like for example, the inconsistency of the field naming and stuff like that. Do I use AI? Once again, it's a tool, so sure, I'll use it to give me ideas, but outside of boilerplate, I write my own code. It can do the boilerplate. You'll actually see on this, I'm using JetBrains at the moment, and it fills stuff out for you. It does get it wrong quite constantly, and you'll hear me swear and grumble and stuff like that as I have to then fix it up. So yeah. I only use it as a tool, not as a crutch, because I'm here to program, not get someone else to do programming. So yeah. All right, this is a class containing a field for the list of a requirement item status table. Straight off the bat, we are. I've got to do this a long way because of Vim bindings. I've got to learn how to find and replace in Vim. And then repeats the last bunch of flags, and you can. Visual mode V. All right, hang on. Let's get this. Alright, there's visual mode. Visual block mode. Alright, so I want. I'm still learning Vim. Once you're selected, type the command. And then /. That didn't work. All right. Requirement item. Nothing. All right, I'm going to undo that. With nothing, and then G. Highlight a line of that. Oh, all right. Hang on. Now models are getting so much better. Yeah, they're getting better, but they do make mistakes. They're going to be better at languages that have a lot of documentation and a lot of code out there. So, for example, React. There will be a lot of good code for React. I have problems with it when dealing with Embraco. So, for example, Embraco has gone through major changes between Embraco 8 and Embraco 13, even 14. Massive sort of changes and so forth like that. It will hallucinate all the time whenever you're asking it about Embraco. Simple stuff like, hey, I want to create a workflow for the Embraco forms using this particular version of Embraco. It will hallucinate. I haven't used many. I think ChatGPT has been the one I've been using the most. But once again, I ask it for ideas and so forth like that, and then I do more research on top of that. So I might get it to sort of, for example, I might go, can Django do async tasks? So forth like that, and it will sort of explain stuff. I will then read the documentation, then I will also then play around in code and so forth like that. So I'm not just relying on AI. You don't use CLI for like Claude and stuff? No. Do search. This would be requirement item underscore, replace with nothing, and then G. Alright. I'll figure that out another day. And I'm just gonna hit replace all. Yeah. Not really. Once again, excluding any boilerplate, which PyCharm will fill out perfectly fine, I tend to code. So yeah, I've been coding since well before LLMs. So yeah. This is going to be order, higher order model. Object, sorry, higher order status, and then this will be object higher order status dot normal. Okay, easy done. So we've got the status ID. Now that's going to be ID. Now then it's status, and then it's higher order status. Yep, cool. And then that's all set done. And then the status sort order will become sort order. Date created, date modified, user stuff, it's gone, all of that stuff is gone, cool, and we just need to get in here the class meta, meta definitions for list of requirement items and status, yep, alright, cool, verbose plural, list of requirement item statuses, yep, we're happy with that, ordering will be the sort order, which is what we want. And then what we want to do down here is, yeah, we're just gonna, so yeah, getting that to fill out that little bit of coding right there, perfectly fine. That does it correct 9 out of 10 times. But yeah, I wouldn't get it to write this whole thing out. Verbose plurals, yep, ordering is, there's no ordering for this. And then now we're down to requirement item. There we go, item, yep, requirement, yep, that connects to the requirement. Easy done. Title, and then this is not script, but now description. Alright, statuses, that will be a list of requirement item statuses. This will be list of requirement item type, which is defined just above. We've got the story point, we've got the priority, we just need to import these, so we just click on that, that's perfectly fine. Date created, date modified, user, we're going to get rid of. And then that's all of that. Sweet. Okay. So now I need to do organization. Module providing organization tables for NearBeach. This will be from Django database import models from NearBeach models field common info, import the common info. Cool. And then in our models table, what we want it to do is search for a class, org. We're just going to cut that out. We're just going to paste this in here like this. We're just going to go to line 7, just remove all those. Straight away, we are going to go common info. Once again, we're just going to go here. So class containing fields for organization model. He's done. I'm just going to replace all of those. We don't need those. Boom, done. Cool, get rid of them. So we've got the ID, we've got the name, we've got the website, we've got the email, we've got the profile picture. That will be document in there. We'll import that in a second. In fact, we'll import this right now. This will be model. All right, cool. Yep, perfect. Null true, date created, date modified, change user, getting rid of that, self-name, meta. All right, we need the meta definitions for organization model. All right, cool. And then ordering. Yeah, it should be like that. I'm just cleaning up that very well. All right, cool. Yeah, cheers. So, yeah. All right. Oh, I've got to turn on. Sorry, I forgot. I've got to turn on some lights. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, turn on the lights so I can step in. I'm so glad my cat was like purring, not purring, he was doing his little trumpet thing. He's like, brr, brr. Like I went out there, he started burring, and I was like, oh God, I nearly stood on him. So luckily I didn't. All right, so we've got organization down pat now. What else do we have in here? We've done the documents. Kanban board, I'm pretty sure we're done. Organization, we're done. Permissions, we haven't finished. Project, we've done. Request for change, requirement, and task, we've done. So we can go back to other ones where we know it's broken and fix it up. Do you think this is like one of the best, or maybe the best overall? What do you mean? Like, I need some context on that. Like, when you say this, what's this? Do you mean my code? No, there's better code out there. If you need NearBeach, no, but we are improving. This project. There's a lot of room for improvement. I'm hoping that once we've done these refactors and stuff like that, it's definitely not going to be the best. There's always going to be projects out there that are better than this. But you know what? At the end of the day, I'll be happy with it, and that's all that matters. Alright, so going through the tables, object assignment, we'll need to handle object assignment soon, notifications. Alright, list of titles. Oh, where's that used? Oh, that's used in... List of titles is actually used in customers, isn't it? Alright, so under organization, under customers themselves, I'm just going to move this one back over here. Now this is a list of title, which actually... I'm going to have to put it above. Yeah. Not a problem. We're going to get rid of the title ID. The title will stay the same. Date created, date change user, all of that is just going, because once again, we're going to use the common info in there. perfect. There'll be a class, meta, list of titles. We also got to have the meta definition for list of titles. Sort order. I'm going to put title. I need to also put in here class containing list of title fields. Easy done. And then down here, instead of list of title being in there, we're just going to go list of title. Done. Document, we need to import the document. And organization needs to be imported. But those are just going to be really, really easy to do. So we just go import this name. That'll be document. Organization is already imported. Sweet. Cool, that should pass linting. Notifications. That's its own thing. Object assignment, that's its own thing. Object, no, we're not going to worry about that yet. Object template, no. Object template group. Not going to worry about that yet. Permission set, that's part of the permissions. Gee, by golly, that one's going to be a while. That needs a bit of cleanup, let's just say that. Public link, let's move on. Scheduled object, yep. Sprint. I won't worry about sprint just yet. Sprint object, yeah. Tag assignment, no. They're fine for the moment. They'll have their own little folder most likely. User group, that's permissions. Use job permissions. Actually, no, that's something different. All right, I might have to have a user table in here, but eh. Cool. So, definitely crushing it. We just now need to find out where our errors are. So I'm going to close all tabs. What we're going to do is we're going to go from the top down. Document. All of a sudden, all of these don't work, and of course, none of those will work down there, and that's perfectly fine. So what we need to do is we need to go from NearBeach.models, organize it from NearBeach models project. And this is where the AI sometimes screws up. So it's not auto filling out quite a lot of what we need. It gets stuck on task for some strange reason. So we've just got to retype out Kanban. Oh, this will be Kanban board dot Kanban card import Kanban card. Yup, cool. So we've got that. We need project. We've got project request for change. We don't have from NearBeach.models dot request for change. Request for change from NearBeach.models.requirement. We also need from NearBeach.models.requirement, and then we need requirement item. And then 11 to 16, it's like that. And then this one should be done. And Mickey, Cat, and... Oh, I'm terrible at pronouncing names, sorry. Mickey, Cat, and Co. Well, welcome. How are you going? Hopefully you're going well. We are just... Ooh, now this would be yanking 6 of those lines. We're going to go over here. We're just going to paste those 6 lines in there. We're just going to go up here. We're going to start deleting all of these. I'm hoping there's nothing broken in here. Oh, Kanban card. We do need Kanban. All right, cool. So... Oh, did I delete the Kanban card one? Oh, that's a bit daft of me. All right, cool. Sweet. I'm happy. All right. Abstracted class, that's perfectly fine. We're happy with that one. The Kanban board. Yeah, we need requirement. So sometimes it's just easier to delete it. Hover over this and just hit that little thing. I say sometimes it's easier because there's a bug where, you know, it is a pain in my ass to do it. There we go. Going on copium and willpower at this point. Fair enough. Power and willpower. Yeah. It's that time of year. Are you gonna take a little break? Hopefully you are. If you're at that point, it's understandable. Alright, project I will need to import. Task I will need to import. Requirement I'll need to import. Requirement item I will need to import. Alright, cool. Alright, customer should be fine. Famous last words. Organization should be fine. Once again, famous last words. Permissions we're not worried about just yet. Project. Get rid of organizations because they're not up there because we've moved them. We're going to hover over that and then click on that. That should be fine. Request for change. Cool. Oh, that was changed task now for the request for change 1. All right, cool. Perfect. Requirement. Organization needs to be redone, remapped, but that's perfectly fine. Don't you test it? I will be testing this. So I've got unit tests for both the backend and front end. They're due to how I'm using Django and well now Vite or Vite or however you pronounce it. They're in 2 separate locations. Well, I bought a new PC. Oh, that's good. 300X upgrade considering I had 1 GB GPU before, but I cheaped out on the motherboard. So, all right, yep, understandable. But remember, with dev, you don't need the powerfulest computer. Just only gaming. I mean, I'm trying to remember when I got this computer. It would be when Baldur's Gate 3 came out. (2003). So August 2003, I got this computer. So a bit over 2 years now. I'll probably have it for another 5. Let's not lie. It's understandable. My prior computer had very low gigabyte with the RAM. Gigabyte with the GPU. It bricked when I turned on secure boot and will not. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Oh yeah, if you're gonna run Docker and all that kind of stuff, yes. Yeah, you'll need to definitely do that. But then again, I do run Docker and all that stuff on my M1 Mac. Like, that's just an M1. It's not an Ultra or a Max, it's just an M1. And that thing's old now. So, yeah. Alright, so I've done that, done the requirements. And then requirement item, all of that is fine. Alright, cool. So I think we've got most things connected up correctly. Just got to do task, organization, once again, because we've just moved it. It's fine, we'll delete it, and we'll hover over this, and we're like, bang, cool, you're in now. Yeah. And I'm using Linux on this computer, so also good. Hopefully they accept warranty. Hopefully they do. Because if you turned on something and it's failed, I don't see that's your fault. So yeah, hopefully you've got, if you're in Australia, you've got the Ombudsman. So if they don't accept your warranty and all that kind of stuff, you can take it to the Ombudsman and they'll help you out. For programming, I do some basic Python. Yeah, that's how I started. I automated my job. I learned C, MATLAB, and Maple when I was at university and stuff like that. And when I moved into the IT job, I learned Python. Actually, sorry, skipping a couple of steps. When I started working at the university, I ended up using C++ along with the Qt framework to build a couple of simple database applications. I ended up being in essentially as a data scientist, crunching a lot of data. And then from there, I learned Python to automate some of my job. I went into IT and it was terrible. I upskilled myself in web dev, and here I am, like, how many years later? A long time ago. And if you're asking dev mindset where I am, I'm from Melbourne, Australia. So yeah. Pakistan. Yeah, nice. So it must be 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. 3:43. All right, there we go. All right, so we got that. Now I'm just double checking one thing. We had. All right. Organize. I'm looking for the word organize. All right, cool. So I just need to from that and then from that in. All right, cool. And then I import everything. All right, cool. Yeah, you can just go time London. It's just a math formula that someone has come up with the time zones and so forth like that. So depending what time zone someone's in, and it just, yeah. In fact, you can JavaScript get a different time zone. I've hardly done this before. Alright, no, I'm not going to do it in JavaScript. Alright, don't worry. Okay, so I'm just going to minimize all of... tell you what, it's going to be quicker if I do that. And then just open up this. So we want NearBeach, we want the new models. I'm gonna have to remove that file soon, but we're getting closer to getting it all sort of wrapped up. All right, we've got the init file in here, and what we've got to do is we're going to go from .document import everything, and from now I don't know if that will work. And then what I could potentially do is in this init go from .document import everything, and then from .folder import everything. I don't know if that will work. I think having it set up like that is going to be a lot neater and nicer. That way I don't need to worry about a parent init file. I just modify the local init file and it should automatically work. So, There's about a 5-minute variety in Pakistan too. I don't know. It feels like I'm being watched. Oh, all right, fair enough. How many languages do you know, and which one is your favorite? I don't actually have a favorite, but over the years, I've done C, C++. I've done MATLAB, but forgotten. Maple for maths, so forgotten. Python. What else? .NET, so C#. Got to wear glasses to C#. JavaScript. Those are the language. I've done a bit of Ruby, but forgotten. PHP. Not that good. Not that talented. I'm not that great at, not proficient enough. It's been a while since I've actually used PHP. I do use it for my WordPress builds. JavaScript, TypeScript. Oh, fair enough. I'm relearning TypeScript because I learned it a couple of years ago, never used it, so I've forgotten most of it. As for the JS frameworks, I know a little bit of React, enough to build stuff for my WordPress sites, but not anything complicated. We're talking very, very simple sort of stuff. Angular, I know a little bit about. It's been a while since I've used it though. Need to get back into it. VueJS, very proficient. I can't spell, so don't worry about that. And JavaScript, which I've already put up there. So those are the frameworks that I know. I'm happy with learning another framework and so forth like that. I'm not bogged down in which language is my favorite or anything like that. Just because I'm at the end of the day, I'm happy with whatever I've got. So yeah. C++. Oh yeah. I'm thinking about learning C++, but I don't know if I'll need it. Okay. Different train of thought. If you're curious how other languages work and what they offer, I would say at least learn it. You don't need to learn it in depth, but knowing how things sort of move, it's kind of good because a lot of that sort of knowledge, you might find something in that language, you're like, oh cool, is there something similar in my language? And that just becomes transferable knowledge. All of a sudden you're like, oh wow, I have this functionality in my language, and cool, sweet. And NetBog, hello, TypeScript, yeah, so slowly learning it, relearning it again. So yeah, we're hoping that we'll port all the NearBeach's Vue components into TypeScript in this refactor. So yeah, huge job though, huge job. It's gonna be huge, yeah. And then hopefully I can do something like this, and then from .field, oh, we don't need to import anything from field, and then Kanban board, import, yep, and then from organization, import, yep, and then from permission, import, yep, and then from project, import dit, and then from request for change, import that, and then from requirement, import everything, and then from task, import everything. We're doing the import everything because we're going to use everything. We're not going to ditch any class that has been defined in there. And yeah, I'm hoping that I can do this for an overall one, and then have a local one where I can import any new files. Otherwise, this folder is just going to get huge, absolute huge, and it's going to be a nightmare. So yeah. As for field, that should be import .com. No, we don't need to do that for the field. Kanban, we need to import .kanban board. From Kanban board. Import everything. From .kanban card, import everything. Cool. Move on to the next one. From .customer, import everything. From .organization, import everything. And then permissions in it. So from .group, import everything. I know I'm going to come back to this folder and actually import a lot more. From .project, import everything. Cool. And then from .request for change, import everything. From .change task, import everything. Cool. From .requirement, import everything. From .requirement, everything. And we're getting there. Sweet. What kind of keyboard I have? I've got the Keychron K2 blue switches, I think, if memory serves me correctly. I've had it a number of years now. So yeah, it's just a 75% one. I don't know if that's in US dollars or Australian. I'm guessing US dollars. Yeah, that's what I got. I don't have it. Yeah. That should be .com.au. And that will be Keychron. Can I not spell? No, I can't spell. Don't worry. Yeah, it's about that much in Australian dollars. That's fully wired. So yeah, I am looking out for another mechanical keyboard, but it's not at this moment. It'll be a while. All right, cool. So close all tabs. Oh my god, close all tabs. Cool. I'll find all the bugs. Cool. Don't know what that was about. We've still got some files in here that we need to port over. But we're doing quite well, in fact. Discount percent. I don't think discount percent is used anyway. Yep, that's gone. Status choice. Oh, we are using that there. All right. Got a cheap blue switch one with PC and separate. Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, if you're coding, that's perfectly fine. I don't have the best monitor in the world. Let's just say that. I've got an ultra wide, but that's it. I don't even know the hertz on my monitor, to honestly tell you the truth. So I don't think it's that high. All right, so we're definitely using that. We need to actually move stuff off of that in a second. User model equals that. We're definitely going to delete that. That's no longer used. Get rid of that, get rid of that. So as you see, we're knocking a lot of this down. We'll need to deal with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create that enum right now. So we need to go to the utilities. We need to open up the enums. We're going to go Kanban board enums. We're going to put this over there. Now this is Kanban board status choice. Oh, all right. No, we've already handled this. So we have it in the serializers, and what we need to do is we need to go Kanban board status choice. Actually, sometimes it's easy to just come over here, literally just copy that, go back into here, just paste it in, let it find it, and then just click that thing and just be like, all right, cool, you're done. Sweet. Let's find where else we're using it. No longer using it there. I do need to get rid of those, but I'm gonna do that after we're finished migrating everything. I just wanted to do this so I can just start deleting stuff from here. Link relationship. I am going to keep like that. We've got the choices. That's part of down here. Link relationships. That's part of object assignment. All right, we're going to create another enum for link relationships. I'm just going to turn off that before I forget. All right. Under enums on right hand clicking, I'm just going to create a new Python file where this is for trying to think of a good name for this. Link relationship. So NearBeach is an open source project management software and stuff like that. What this is for is what NearBeach is it helps you manage your projects that you're going to build or trying to plan and so forth like that. Yeah, it's open source, so you can actually download it and use it for free. You get all the features that are in it. Yeah, we're doing the refactor and stuff like that to make the UI UX a lot better and a lot smoother, and we're at the same time removing all of the old technical debt that we should have removed a long time ago. So yeah, hopefully in 7 months it'll be all done and we can be like, all right, cool, here's the new project, here it is. Cool, and then we can start extending NearBeach. I've got plans, let's just say that. All right, so this is socks. This is part of the object assignment. So this is object priority, all right. I mean, link relationship. All right, yep. For starters, what this is module providing enums for objects. This will be then class. This will be class. This will be object link relationship. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cut that from here. If it actually lets me copy and paste social. No. Hang on. Darling, there you go. Just going to paste that in there. Easy done. And then object link relationship. Like that. It's going to be models, and then this is going to be text choices. So what we want is we want block equals I think we're gonna have it like that. All right, and then that's actually gonna be. Oh, yep, no, that's fine. And then I'm just gonna. Go. I'm just cleaning up the code very quickly. Class of enum options for object priority. Cool. All right, thanks for listening to the event and for the good thing. Yeah, thanks for coming by. I hope to see you again. So yeah. Right, We do have an incoming ad break soon. So let's look for link relationship. We've only got the choices in here for this now, and then yeah, we're gonna move this out in a second. This is part of the connective tissues. This is how we connect everything together. I'm just going to collapse this. I'm going to open up this. I'm going to go NearBeach. We're going to go into models. We're going to go into... Oh, this isn't part of... This is part of object assignment. It's going to be its own thing. Alright, easy done. We just create that. We just then create the init file. In the init file, we're going to go from .object assignment import everything. It doesn't exist at the moment, but that's fine. It'll exist in a couple of seconds. And then we're just going to go have a Python file, and we're going to go object assignment. .py. We're going to add it in, and what we're going to do is in the models file is we're going to cut and paste everything in object note. Now that's going to be in its own little pane. All right, cool. Anyway, we've just hit another ad break, so I'm just going to do this for a little while. Yeah, so for those wondering on YouTube what's happening on Twitch, we run ads every half an hour to stop the pre-rolled ads because pre-rolled ads suck. I'm currently in some ads right now. Yeah. All right, we're almost there. We're getting so close. I feel like, how big is our models table now? Oh, it's just under 800. So there's still a little bit to go. Actually, whilst the ads are on, I'm going to create a little directory called user. We're going to do the init in there. .py, all right. And then we're going to put in user.py. And then in the init, we're going to do from .user import everything. All right, cool. How are the ads? All right, sweet. No one saw that. All right, welcome back everyone. All right, let's go into here. I've also noticed that what I can do very, very quickly is if we go into the models table, we've got the tag assignment up there. We're going to click on this. We're going to scroll all the way down here. We're going to click on this. We're going to cut all of that out. We're going to paste it into here like so. We're just doing that very, very quickly. All right. Then we got tag, and then we got the sprint. So as you see, we're getting less and less and less stuff in here, which is great. But first, we want to handle the object assignment stuff. All right. So we're going to hit escape. I'm going to go all the way up to the top. What we're going to do, 3 things in here. Module providing object assignment tables for NearBeach. And then we need to go from Django.db import models. I'm just double checking something too. Sorry, I did say to a friend that I will be somewhat around. I think that's actually quite good. Class containing field for the object rid of that, and then we've got a couple of extra stuff in there and stuff like that. We get rid of that, and then all right, cool. And thank you very much for the follow, Hassan, Khalid. I'm assuming I'm pronouncing your name right, but thank you very much for the follow. I do hope you are enjoying my content. Welcome, welcome. All right, straight off the bat, I know I need two things. So from Django.conf, import the settings, and then from NearBeach.models.field.commoninfo, we need to import common info. So straight off the bat, we're just doing that. Easy. And then any user model, we need to do it like that. Oh, this one. Actually, change user we don't care about. Date modified, date created. Don't know why they were done so many times. Link relationship. That will actually be the object link relationship. We need to import that. It's imported it straight away. We don't need a def, but we do need a class meta. Meta for the meta definitions for the table object assignment. Can I spell today? No, I cannot. Okay. And hi, yeah, hopefully going well. So yeah, welcome, as I am refactoring a lot of code. Now, this will be plurals, stuff like that. Oh, hang on. Object assignment. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just double checking my. Oh no, wrong one. Project. Verbose name plural. Alright. I keep forgetting these things. We don't need a sort order on that. Do you know any system engineer, as in like a person, or systems engineering as in setting up a network and stuff like that? I don't know enough. So, for example, I know a little bit of AWS, know a little bit of Azure and stuff like that. However, doing stuff at scale, I'm still learning. So, yeah. Sorry, I don't know enough. Alright, so going in here, we don't need the object assignment ID anymore. That was just ID. We've got assigned user, group ID, requirement. That's just going to be called group because we're going to match everything up. Any community? Sadly I don't. I used to a while ago, but yeah, I just don't know them anymore. So yeah, sorry. What you could do, if the site actually loads up, there we go, system engineer. You could look up to see if there's any sort of meetups around system engineers. There's a lot in data engineering. and so forth like that. So yeah, AWS. You got AWS meetups and stuff like that, and Azure meetups. Any C++ developers? I used to do C++, but not, I wouldn't say much anymore. My recommendation, if you're trying to meet these people, look up meetups. Guaranteed to be a programming meetup for C++. So, for example, I'm just going to put C++ in there. We've got the Elixir Melbourne meetup. That's Elixir though. Alright, we don't have many C++ stuff in here, but programming meetup. Elixir. Alright, so there's not much in Melbourne. Yeah, that's okay. But yeah, sorry, I can't help you there. Yeah, that's all I can do. Alright, so we need to say group for this. We need requirement for that. And import. Requirement, import. Models requirement, yep. Requirement item for this one. Import, yep. This one will be project. Import this, models project, yep. This one will be task. Import this, yep. Models task, yep. Kanban board. Yep. Kanban card. I don't know if that one's used. We'll have to investigate. Request. Oh no, it has been used. Request for change. Because this table handles permissions and all that kind of fun stuff. So, customer, that's how all of this gets knitted together. Organization. Change task. Meta object, meta. All right, I think this is all done. Now, once again, I don't like it like this. So what we tend to do is break it down into something like this. Alright, do something like that. Change task will go up the top. Requirement item, element O, PQR. Alright, yep, that goes there. These two will definitely go here. Task is, yep, a request for change. It's going there. Customer is definitely going there. And then organization, element OP is there. Just to put that in alphabetical order. That's just me being fussy. All right, so this one should be done, the object permissions. We've got to also do the group permissions too. So that's object assignment, sorry. Yep, we're all happy with all of that. Yep. So group permissions. Oh yeah, permissions will go in here and all that kind of fun stuff. All right, cool. Permission set. I need permission set, so I'm just going to go permission set. Cool. Add it in. Sweet. We'll also deal with the models right now. Permission set. This one will also be a very big one. And then up here, we're just going to go model providing permission set tables for NearBeach. Easy done. From Django.db, import models. Cool. And then from NearBeach.models.field.common.info, import common info. Even better. Alright, cool. Common info. And then this is class containing fields for permission set table. Easy done. And then we're getting rid of all the permission set stuff in here. So we're just going to go up here. We're just going to go find. We're just going to replace. We're just going to go permission set underscore. Let's just get rid of replace all. Only 3. Permission set level. We'll need to import that properly. Yeah, alright, cool. So we got the ID, we got the name, got all the extra stuff, got the booleans. We'll have let's remove this, remove this, this remove, this remove, this removed. Alright, sweet. And then we'll have the class meta verbose pool. That ordering by the name like that, and then what we want is meta definition for permission set. Cool. But yeah, I need to move this into its own enum. So I need to move those into their own enum. So we want to go into the utilities. We want enums. I'm just right hand clicking. I'm going to go new Python file. I'm just going to go permission enums. We're just going to add it in. We're just going to go model providing permission enums for NearBeach. And then from Django.db import the models. Cool. And then what we've got, class. This is going to be 10 times easier just to go whoop. And this will be permission level. We're not putting enums at the end of it. And this is integer choices, so no permissions, 0 underscore, open that up, no permissions, cool. Give me a couple of seconds, I'm gonna see what I did elsewhere. So, I've got object enums. Do something like that. Oh, yep, alright, cool, that's why that's not working. Cool, that's easy, that's fixed. That one's fine. All right, yeah, we do split it out. All right, cool. All right, read only equals 1, and then read only cool, and then edit only to edit only. All right, add and edit equals 3, add. We're not using everything, we're using it like that. And then full permission is full permission, cool. And then what I want to do is I want to add in another one, but I also got to add in our little class containing enums for permission levels. There we go. This is pretty easy. Class, and then permission lean. Models dot integer, cool, and then it'll be no permission, 0 no permissions, and then has permission as 1 equals that. All right, cool. And then I just need to go bang like that. Easy done. Cool. So going with the permission set now, what we can do is we can just find and replace all of this. That's not going to be hard. We just go in, we go find, we go replace, we've got the permission level, we just go into here, we just go, all right, cool, we're just going to copy that and we're just going to paste it into here. Oops. Permission level. We're just going to go replace all. We're just going to hover over this, we're going to import that in. Done. And we're going to do the same thing with this one. I'm just going to, copy, go up here. Yes. Paste it in. There we go. And then this one will be boolean. And then you just go replace all. And then you just hover over this and you go boom. And then that's permissions. Should be handled now. All right. Getting there. Slowly. Sweet. That should be all done. I'm going to keep the model open. Group we should quickly do. So module providing group tables for NearBeach. And then we've got to go from Django.db import models. Then from NearBeach models field common info, import common info. Sweet, we will instantly go common info away that. I'm pretty sure I did that with the other one. Hopefully I did that with the other one. Now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, we did get rid of some other things. I'm just double checking the other one. Right, so with the permission sets by, yeah, common info, yeah, all right, cool. And group by, then we just get rid of all of this stuff we don't need. We don't need the prefix group ID and the group name, that's just the ID and name now. In which case, that will be ID and that will be name. And then we return just the name, and then what we want to do, class meta definition for group, cool. And then this will be plural one, so verbose name plural equals groups. Easy done. We just get rid of that. We get rid of that. We then go boop, and then we go boop, and then we go boop, and then we. Then we go to line 8, and we go class containing group containing fields for group table. The AI went crazy then. All right, the self is fine, that should be all fine. That should be fine. Okay, we are getting there. Now I've just got to check my phone. Sorry. Sorry about that. All right. I still. All right. I'll put that in the utility. Notifications, object note, object template. So object template is part of the scheduling. Object note is part of the notes. Notifications is something different. So we'll probably have a MISC where a lot of this will get put in MISC. Scheduled objects will be in its own thing. Sprint will be in its own thing. Tag. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put stuff over there, and I'm going to start going through and creating the last of the stuff and pasting it over as quickly as possible. So we're going to go into we're going to go into NearBeach. We're going to go into our models, and then we're going to right hand click. We're going to create a folder called MISC. Miscellaneous. We're going to create another folder called notification sprint. And then schedule. Schedule can actually fall under MISC. Yeah, it's not. Tag will be MISC too. All right, cool. So under sprint, I'm going to do the init file. Easy done. And what we're going to do is in the init file from .sprint import everything. Cool, that's perfectly fine. We'll just go right hand click and we'll go sprint.py. We're going to copy across all the sprint stuff in a second. I'm just going to go all the way down here. We're just going to go sprint and sprint audit table, sprint object assignment. We're just going to go cut, paste it in. Cool, everyone's happy. The next thing we want to do is under the MISC, we're going to create a init file. Easy done. I've made a big mistake there. I've named it wrong. All right, rename. Cool, done. What we want to do is, I'm just scrolling all the way up to the top. In this particular one, I'm going to include the extends auth. I think that, yep, belongs in there. That belongs in there. Object template, object, yep. Public link, yeah, definitely that's part of MISC. Oh, but we don't want one MISC folder. That's the thing. All right. Ooh, we'll have a MISC. Oh, I could potentially just include all of it in there. MISC.py. We'll include MISC.py at least. We'll cut that out. We'll paste that in. Notifications or object note, object template group, public links. I mean, I'm going to separate these. Notifications, yeah, that'll be in the MISC. That's MISC type thing. Object note. mistyping, don't I? Alright, I've just done that. Object templates and object template group and public links. Yeah, that's definitely misc itself. I mean, later on, if we extend these models and stuff like that, we can certainly bring it out. Scheduling, yeah, that's definitely part of this too. I mean, it doesn't really fit. Tags we'll actually put as their own, so we'll cut that out. We'll create one new one called tag.py. We'll just put that in. And I'm just going to close all the tags. I'm just going to close that. So what is left in here is not much. Now I'm thinking, I just need another ad break. Shoot. I'm just gonna go through this as quickly as possible. It's getting very, very late, and I do kind of want to at least get some of this stuff done. So straight off the bat, we'll go module, providing tables for MISC functionality in NearBeach. All right, from Django database import models, and then from NearBeach models fields common info. Cool, that actually belongs under there. I don't know if that's meant to be connected like that. And then what we want to do, that extends the auth token, extends class. Do in here is I want to go settings, auth model and stuff like that. I want to go up here. I want to go from Django conf, import settings. All right, sweet. We then want to clean up this notifications. All right, cool. Class contains fields for notification tables, and then it's just the user. Cool, we're happy with that because that just gives extended some stuff. I do need to clean all of that up. All right, cool. I'm going back to the model. We're getting rid of all of that. Now, we still need to import quite a lot of this stuff. So I need to put all of these somewhere if they're being used. So want choice, I don't think is used anywhere, so we can get rid of that. Skill choice is not used anywhere, we can get rid of that. Website choice isn't used, we can get rid of that. Sprint status is used, we need to put that somewhere safe. Scheduled object frequency is used in the forms. So we're going to put that somewhere else. I don't know why I've set it up like that. I think, because I was using this. All right, yeah, I was using these in multiple different places. All right, cool. We've got to set up there, then we've got to use them there, and then we've got the run scheduler, which uses it, and then we've got the frequency, which uses it over there also. So not what I want. It's not what I want. I'm gonna have to program this a little bit better, this little section here. So we've got set global variables, which is just set to a particular name. They're a constant. This should be long. Heads up, we're detecting audio. All right, hang on. I'll do that again. Go live. What? All right, hang on. There you go. All right, YouTube. Cool. So I keep forgetting what these are called. And I think they will belong under a utility. But I might need to split them up. So one will be the enum. All right. I'm going to come back to that. Project status choice, that's no longer needed. That's old code. Parent link, no longer needed. That's old code. Page layout, that's no longer needed. That's old code. Oops. Object template type, that is needed. All right, we need an enum for that. Object higher order status. Yeah, we're using it here for the moment, but we haven't gone through sprints whatsoever. That's no longer needed. We can get rid of that because we've already got the enum. Notification location. Oh, we are using that for notifications. All right, so we need an enum for that. So those are the enums. 1, 2, 3 enums. I don't know what we're going to do with the global stuff. Yeah, I just don't know what. I mean, we can put this. We can put it all in a enum. But yeah, I just don't know what we can do. All right, not a problem. Let's make some enums. Let's get rid of this file. So we're so close to getting rid of it. So close. I also got to do my washing. It is also 20 to 11. Alright, and I know I've got a friend who's quickly typing to me asking for help. Give me 2 seconds, sorry. We're just gonna... Also got to remind myself not to leave the washing in the washing machine again. Let's do the enums very, very quickly. And then we'll lint this whole entire thing. See how we go. Alright, enums are under utilities. Enums, we're going to right hand click notification locations. Object template type. And sprint status. Well, sprint status will go under status as enums. So this will be class sprint status. It's done. We'll just go in here. We go class containing sprint status enums options or whatever. I don't care. We've got draft equals draft. We've got current equals current, and we've got finished equals finished. Cool, done. Easy done. So we'll move that one on. Object template type and notification location. So template type, object template type will go on to object one. So we'll go in here, we'll go class object template type. This is going to be an integer choice. We'll have, yep, alright, cool. And then we'll have project equals 0, and then underscore project, but project will be lowercase. Thank you very much. And then we'll have task. Will be, yep, like that. And then we'll have Kanban card. Like that. Yep, alright, sweet. All done and dusted. And then we've got the notifications locations. Enums, all right. We're just gonna go notification enums.py. We're just gonna paste that in. I'm just gonna go and then module provides notification enums for each. Alright, cool. And then what we want to do is from Django.db import models. Yep, easy done. And then what we want is class notification location models dot. This will be text choices. And then what we want is all options equals all. Then we need underscore all options. Alright, cool. Now it's going to have a problem with the little thingy, but we're just going to go over here into this other one where we've got the permissions, and we're just going to copy the design and be like, alright, we're going to just paste that line in there, and then we're all happy. Alright, cool. Dashboard equals dashboard. We need dashboard equals that. HI, thank you very much. And then we're going to go screen. And then login is going to be login screen. Alright, cool. Now, do I need the... Or have I just been putting... I've just been putting those at the end for no apparent reason. Alright, cool. I'll probably need to fix all of those. This is going to get really, really annoying. Alright, cool. Now, we've just got this to deal with things. I'm going to create it in its own enum. What we're going to call it is scheduled object enums. Alright, cool. And all we're going to do that. Now, Yeah, I'm pretty sure I didn't need that. So module provides scheduled object enums for NearBeach. From Django.db, import the models table. Sweet. What I'm going to do is define globals. That's perfectly fine. I'm happy with that. Like that. So class schedule object enum. In this sort of case, this is actually going to be text choices, and then we'll have this is going to be a bit annoying to do. All right, so. 7. We should include those two also, and then what I want to do, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. So this will be I think that's how this is going to potentially work. And what I'm going to do, schedule first business day of the month, last business day of the month. I'm going to copy those over right now. So that will be schedule first business day of the month equals first business day of the month, and then schedule last business day of the month equals last business day of the month. However, we clearly haven't implemented those yet, so I'm going to leave it like that. And that should work. We've got the define of the globals up there, and then what we want to do, class of enum values for scheduled objects. All right, cool. And then what we can do is we can delete the models file. So I'm just gonna do all of that. We've done that. We've done the source. No, sorry, I'm so used to going to the front end. We've got the NearBeach. We've got the models. We're then going to delete the models. All right, our next thing also is to make sure that we've got everything in here. So document, field we're skipping, Kanban board. We don't have misc, from.misc, import everything. All right, cool. Object assignment, from.object assignment, import everything. So object assignment, organization, permission, yep, project, yep, request for change, requirement, sprint, from.sprint, import everything, cool. Task and user, from.user, import everything. All right, cool. So now I just got to check the child equivalent of those. So that should have 2. We're not worried about that one. Kanban board should have 2. Yep, misc should have 3. No, it doesn't. So we're going to go from.misc, import everything, from.note, import everything, from.tag, import everything. All right, cool. Init, yep, that has 1. Organization should have 2. Yep, permissions should have 2. Yep, that should have 1. Yep. That has 2 at the moment. Give me 2 seconds. Oh shit. 2, we've got 1, we've got 1, I've got 1. All right. Now, those are red for some reason. I don't know why they're red. Might be that it wants something like that. I think I am using Python black. Use black source file. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna all right, cool. So I've just done a bit of linting. Then I'm just gonna go pylint NearBeach models. Ooh, all right. We have a few problems. We've got a sylink import, which means that it's importing something from folder and folder's importing something from document. So I've got to have to actually combine both of those. Annoying, but it happens. This is why we lint. And and undefined variable in modules. All right, cool. So I've still got a lot of fixing to do, but not too bad. Not too bad at all. Oh yeah, I haven't yeah, I haven't done the user folder yet, but yeah. All right, cool. So I've got quite a bit to go still. But hey, it's all taking shape. This is good. Previous run got 8.71. So I got 0 out of 10. Yay. But that's fine. We'll fix all of this up. Oh, I forgot to reopen up Twitch chat. But that is fine. Let's find someone to raid. Let's go bad cop. Alright, cool. Anyway, we did a lot tonight. I can't believe we streamed pretty much 5 hours. Holy hell. Alright, cool. That is a long time. And we got a lot done. So, yeah, this just needs a bit of tidy up. This just needs me to do the last bit of the thing, but I am being pinged and I'm needed elsewhere. So yeah, anyway, thank you very much everyone for joining tonight. It has been wonderful. We've quite literally started the process now. So the database refactor is almost kind of there. I'll get the last bit of the stuff done, last bit of the linting done. I will double check all the field names and make sure that we're using generics all the way through. Yeah, so it's looking up. Anyway, we're going to raid Bad Cop. I'm going to unmute Bad Cop and I'm going to hit raid. So yeah, thank you very much. And for those on YouTube, sadly you won't be able to join us with the raid, but thank you very much for being here and I hope to see you next time. So yeah, thank you.